Cromwell Street, Gloucester, England. An ordinary house in an ordinary street. Number 25 was the home of a local builder and his wife, bustling with children and topped up to the brim with lodgers. The only thing that distinguished number 25 from the others was the amount of people that came and went. Fred West liked company. He also liked to maim, molest and murder. But was this seemingly ordinary man driven to the slaughter of at least 12 women and children? Or was Fred West born to kill? Fred West was described by Richard Ferguson, prosecuting QC of the trial of Rosemary West, as a man devoid of compassion, consumed with sexual lust, a sadistic killer, and someone who had opted out of the human race, the very epitome of evil. But who was Fred West?
If you passed Fred West in the street, you wouldn't give him a second glance. He had a wife and had 6 children.
Fred West was a chameleon. His neighbours would have told you that he was a very hard-working, likeable, friendly chap.
On the face of it, was a completely ordinary builder, handyman, a very jovial fellow who got on well with everybody.
He did fit in with the normal flow of life, even though he was profoundly abnormal.
Many people would be taken in by him because he was plausible and charming. So the last thing in your mind is that he might actually harbour terrible evil.
The great mystery of the whole thing is what drove them to do this.
You're talking about 2 people who literally plumb the depths of human depravity.
Some people have the ambition to become a great politician, to succeed in the world of art. He had the ambition to succeed in sadistic sexual homicide.
You could put on this act as an amiable rogue, but it was only to put up some kind of disguise, and underneath that lurked this monster.
Someone may have evil written all over his face, and yet people miss it. Fred West's evil would be missed by very many people.
Frederick Stephen West was born on the 29th of September 1941 in the rural Hereford village of Much Marcle. A tiny agricultural community cut off from metropolitan life, this rural idyll would be where the young West grew up. The second of 6 siblings, Fred was a striking child with a shock of curly blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. But how did this blue-eyed boy turn into one of history's most vicious and heinous serial killers?
For Frederick West, this kind of landscape, obviously you can see a sense of freedom, and he will have had a lot of freedom, more freedom than most people would have had. But then again, this kind of landscape is also very brutal, and what goes with it is the kind of activities he had, such as clubbing to death rabbits, to watch his mother shotgunning rats, this kind of like physical and very kind of harsh environment.
It's widely believed that Fred's father, Walter, was a child abuser, and he seemed unashamed and unrepentant about his behaviour. Fred was very much the apple of his mother's eye, and her love could be described as more than overprotective.
Apparently for years they'd been having sort of sexual games together, and the minute he was capable of doing anything more than that, she initiated him. He was also abused by his father. It was a family in which incest was taken fairly much as normal. He was highly sexualised from a very young age, and sex became very much part of his motivation. He would talk constantly about sex.
Fred's school career was short and unproductive. He left school at 14, barely able to read and write. His IQ was later measured at just 80.
The problem there obviously lies that lots and lots of doors are then closed, and the doors that were open to Fred and his industrious, possibly attention deficit, hyperactive traits would be channeled into things like chasing girls, petty theft, problematic behaviour, little petty acts of violence, and possibly other activities that we don't as yet know about.
This would have turned him into a survivor, a lad that would live off the land, crude, get by as I can, get what I can, that he would be like a fox. And he didn't need good literacy skills to survive. He could survive on his wits.
Like many young boys, West became fascinated by motorbikes. He saved hard to buy his first machine, but his pride and joy was soon to become a nightmare. On the evening of November the 28th, 1958, whilst West was riding along this road, he collided with a girl riding in the opposite direction. The precise details of the accident remain a mystery, but West suffered multiple injuries, including a serious head wound. He lay unconscious in hospital for 7 days.
Like many unfortunate children, Frederick West did inherit certain brain abnormalities from his parents who had problems themselves. This reached a very much of a crescendo on this very road, which not only caused great damage to his body and the shortening of a leg, but delivered a massive amount of damage to his head and therefore to his brain. And the part of the brain that gets the head-on particular damage is the frontal cortex here, the frontal lobe, which contains the elements of what makes us a moral person, that will give you a sense of revulsion if that is a particularly horrific act. Now, for Fred, these were damaged, so someone who was already a little bit psychopathic suddenly had the brakes taken off completely and made him into a real danger to society.
Fred's recovery was slow and humiliating. His nose was broken, he walked with a pronounced limp, and now suffered from violent mood swings.
He did lose a lot of his good looks. There was damage to his nose and other configurations. And from being quite a charmer and a crudely good-looking lad in the village, he lost a lot of that edge.
Fred compensated for the loss of his looks by taking a much more aggressive approach with the local girls.
If Fred wanted sex, he effectively would rape young girls in that community.
It would have been very much a kind of grab and grope situation, and he tended then, obviously, to use girls for the only kind of comfort that really ever existed for Fred in his entire life, and that was sex and control.
One girl Fred couldn't control was Catherine Costello, better known as Rena. She was a 16-year-old prostitute who'd moved to Gloucester from her native Glasgow. Fred married Rena, despite her being 5 months pregnant with another man's child.
I think Fred saw in Rena certain elements of his mother. It was a strong person who would control him, and he was put in his place, if you like, for the first time probably in his life by a female. But I don't think he was ever comfortable with her. He was never really someone that he could see as a soulmate. She was really a mother substitute.
Charmaine West was born in the March of 1963 and was soon followed by a little sister, Anne-Marie. Childhood for the two little girls was far from traditional.
Rena and he had a very on and off life together. Sometimes they were together, sometimes they weren't. Sometimes he had both the children, sometimes these children were in foster care. Occasionally Rena took the children. Mostly, if they weren't in care, they were with Fred. Fred found a succession of young women to look after them. It was a very up and down, strange life.
This turbulent relationship finally reached breaking point in 1965. Rena feared for her own safety and fled back to Scotland. Fred had been happy to let her go, but not the children, and he'd already recruited 16-year-old Anna McFall to act as their nanny.
Anne McFall, Fred always maintained, was in his words, the love of his life. In fact, when he was in prison awaiting trial before he committed suicide, he wrote a great big sort of catalogue of his relationship with Anne McFall, which he entitled I Loved an Angel.
But the angel was soon to fall when she became pregnant with West's child.
She became effectively a problem to Fred, an obstruction who had to be removed. It sounds extraordinarily callous, but Fred was the kind of man who, if a woman presented a problem, she effectively would be removed from his life.
Anna McFall was last seen in the July of 1967.
Fred West would have thought that people were disposable because, as far as he was concerned, other people were instruments to be used. So there would be no ethical boundaries.
He decided that he'd had enough of her and that she was surplus to his requirements, and as cold-blooded as this may seem, he destroyed her and buried her.
27 years later, the remains of Anna McFall were discovered in this field on the outskirts of Fred's home village, Muchmarkle, in Herefordshire. The body had been decapitated and dismembered and was found with the skeleton of her unborn child.
He would not have had the same sense of revulsion that you and I would have had, of stripping the body and deciding how to dispose of it. He would be very industrious about this, and this would have set him apart from many, many attempted killers and attempted serial killers, in that he was very energetic, very industrious about the way he went about things.
Anna McFall had been the last of the victims to be recovered, but she'd been the first to die. She'd signalled a turning point in the murderous career of Frederick West. Fred West was just 12 years old when, in November 1953, a young girl was born who was destined to be his partner in life and in death. The young Rosemary West's childhood was tragically similar to that of Fred. Her mother, Daisy, suffered from both severe depression and the attentions of a violent schizophrenic husband.
Her father was very, very abusive to his daughters, and the other daughters wouldn't tolerate it and moved out. In fact, I think the mother moved out at one stage. But from an early age, he would have been having sex with her, and she would be accepting it. The relationship with the father continued after Fred and Rose got together, and in fact, Rose's father would turn up at Cromwell Street even after Rose had 4 children to have sex with her, and then Fred would send her into the bedroom with Anne-Marie.
When Fred met Rose, he recognised what one might call a soulmate, and that's why he was attracted to her. They had a kind of interlocking psychopathology and background, so that they played off each other and their fantasies coincided probably.
Fred and Rose met in the quiet village of Bishop's Cleeve, Gloucestershire, England. Despite the age gap, they soon started a relationship, and it was not long before 17-year-old Rose was living with Fred and his 2 children, Charmaine and Anne-Marie, in their new home at 25 Midland Road, Gloucester.
That the two gelled sexually, probably almost from the off, really. Probably saved Rose her life. to start off with. I think she could have easily become another victim. She's using him for what she wants, a little perks. He's driving around in his car, and she's feeling much older. She can tell her girlfriends at school or wherever it is, oh, my boyfriend's older. All the time learning from Fred, who was a willing teacher and enjoying every minute of it. This was the cocktail that was going to start to put the bomb together that would soon explode.
Rose was soon pregnant and gave birth to Heather Ann in October 1970. Motherhood didn't come naturally.
This was something very, very new to Rose. She was very young. However, she did like children, but possibly not in the way that most adults would like children. For Rose, she'd always had a kind of learning disability and a slight intellectual challenge, and she found it much easier to sort of deal with small children, and she didn't like the kind of conflict of being challenged. So therefore, she would treat children more as kind of dolls, toys. They were kind of still objectified.
I remember asking her whether she ever breastfed, and she said, oh no, tits were for fucking, not for, breastfeeding children. So, there was this thing that made me wonder about, a mother's milk. It was something alien to Rose.
Rose was a very, very strict disciplinarian for all the West children. Their upbringing was very, very regimented. They were taken off to school. They were never, ever encouraged to make friends in the community. Rose ruled the West children with an iron rod.
Tragically, the child that suffered the most was 8-year-old Charmaine. Sometime in the June of 1971, while Fred West was coming to the end of a 9-month prison sentence for theft, Charmaine disappeared.
Once Rose had killed Charmaine, then she is, of course, equally guilty. So she could not claim just to be an unwilling accomplice once she's done that. She has to continue.
This was, as it were, a shared experience. It is incredibly bonding, but in this case, bonding in immorality, because having disposed of a problematic, challenging child, which might have disrupted the relationship between Fred and Rose, then, as it were, nothing could be ruled out in terms of eliminating other factors that could threaten their relationship.
One of these factors was Charmaine's real mother, Rena.
She came looking for her child, and that, I'm afraid, sealed her fate, because she could not find... Charmaine was not there. Charmaine was dead. The only solution was to murder Rena.
Rena was last seen alive in the autumn of 1971. Her dismembered remains were found in Letterbox Field in Muchmarcle. Anna McFall already lay next door, degraded and discarded by West.
For Frederick West, this will have been his little playground. This would be an area he was very familiar with, an area that he probably played in as a child, and it's an area that he can find readily. It has practical reasons. It has a tree, it has a signpost, and it can be found easily. And he'd want that because he'd want to be able to control these corpses. Even though they were not alive, he wants access. He wants to feel that he can actually be part of this area, and they are part of this area. This is his private graveyard.
With Rena out of the way, Fred was free to marry, and he and Rose cemented their murderous relationship in the January of 1972. They moved across the park from Midland Road and into a street that was set to become infamous.
25 Cromwell Street became the most famous address in the world. It is bed-sit land. It's inhabited by a moving population of sort of people who are drifting around, or they've left home for some reason, or they couldn't easily be traced. And that was one of the reasons why Fred remained undetected for so many years.
This anonymous neighborhood provided the perfect cover for the West's lustful and murderous nature. It was the ideal lair into which they trapped their prey. Fred and Rose now set about spinning their web.
Fred on his own was a charmer, and he would try and chat people up on street corners or bus stops or what have you. But having Rose around and having a vehicle completely puts people at ease. And you can see that they slowly but surely crafted this into a refined, scavenging, predatory, stalking, family sort of unit that could, as it were, take people off the streets very, very efficiently.
In November 1972, 17-year-old Caroline Owens was hitchhiking from Tewkesbury to her home in Cinderford. She'd been on a regular visit to see her boyfriend and was waiting for her usual lift from a friendly telephone engineer. It was then that a grey Ford car drew up and a young couple offered her a lift.
She seemed pretty cheerful. She said, "Where are you going to?" And I said, "Cinderford." And she said, "We're from Gloucester, but don't worry, we'll take you all the way back." They started telling me about their family and asked me if I'd like to be a nanny, because they said they had 3 little girls at home. And I was really excited, because I'd always dreamt of being a children's nanny. I loved children. Everything seemed quite romantic and glamorous to me. I was going to escape my home and go and live with this lovely family, and it was like a big fairy tale. Within a week of meeting them, I moved in.
But Caroline's fairy tale began to turn into a nightmare when Fred let slip a shocking revelation.
One day, he turned around and he said that Anne-Marie had lost her virginity. And she was a little girl of 8. And I didn't think that was a funny thing to say. And I just said to him quite accusingly, "What do you mean? Why are you saying she's lost her virginity? What's happened to her?" And he said, she had an accident on her push bike and the saddle came off and it penetrated her and she was damaged by that. I became a bit aware then. I'd been sexually abused as a child myself. So it was almost like I could now recognise that her behaviour was probably being beaten up by her stepmother and being abused maybe by her father.
Events got out of hand when Fred propositioned Caroline.
He said, "We've got a sex circle, it's me and Rose and a few other men. We'd like you to join it." And I started getting quite angry, because by this time I got a bit fed up of all the things he used to come out with. And I said, "I don't know what you're on about, don't want nothing to do with it."
A disgusted Caroline fled the house, vowing never to return. A couple of months later, she was standing in her usual hitchhiking spot when she noticed a familiar car.
My first instinct was to run away, but I didn't. And when they pulled up beside me, Rose was apologising. "I'm sorry that you left and the children are really missing you. Can we give you a lift home?" And as much as I didn't want to, I felt like I couldn't be nasty to them, so I got in the car. Everything was fine. We went just through Gloucester. Most of it was like the children had missed me, that kind of conversation. As soon as we got out of Gloucester, going more towards where I live, Fred said to me, "Have you had sex tonight, Caroline?" And I went, "No." And I was kind of like going, "Oh, don't start that kind of conversation off again." And he said, "Oh, go and have a feel, Rose, see if she's wet." And with that, she just grabbed her hand down my crotch. We started fighting about 2 miles outside of Gloucester, past the roundabout. Fred pulled his car up on the side and helped Rose by turning around in his seat and punched me in the side of the head until I was unconscious. When I came round, Fred had the door open, he was on his knees. He'd already tied my hands behind my back with my scarf, and he was wrapping parcel tape all the way round and round and round my face as a gag. And they turned the car around and they went back around the roundabout and took me to Cromwell Street.
They eventually arrived at the house. Caroline, still bound and gagged, was taken into a bedroom.
For the next 12 hours, I was beaten. Both of them were medical examining. It was almost, they were talking about my genitalia and all that as if They were doctors, you know, oh, this is a bit strange, oh, that's so-and-so. I thought they were going to get a knife and just start cutting at me. So I was absolutely terrified, but he got his belt off his jeans and he'd folded it over and was whipping me between the leg with his belt. And then she started doing something else sexual towards me while he watched, and then she invited him to join in, and she was doing something to me and he was having sex with her from behind at the same time. To be quite honest, at that time I would have been happier off dead.
After a night of harrowing abuse, a terrified Caroline was eventually left alone with Fred.
I thought he was just going to take me down to the cellar, but he obviously had second thoughts. He just raped me, and then he started crying. He said to me, you know, if you promise that you won't tell her I've touched you, he said, and you'll come back here to live, he said, I'll let you go. And of course, you know, considering I thought I was on my way down to the cellar, I was just so relieved, and I said, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Caroline had a remarkable escape and went straight to the police. But for Fred and Rose, this signalled a significant change in the balance of their relationship.
I think the escape of Caroline Owen owed a lot to the fact that Fred and Rose were still experimenting with sexuality. Now, Fred had already picked up, or at least imposed on the relationship, something that he carried forward from his mother. The idea that it was okay to engage in things if mother approved, but outside of what mother approved, it was grab and try and get away with as best you could and make sure she didn't find out. The same applied to Rose exactly. Rose dictated what went on as far as Fred's sexual adventures were concerned, and hence most of his actual activities, sexual activities with other people, were hidden from Rose.
The Wests pleaded guilty to the kidnap and sexual assault of Caroline. With their victim too scared to give evidence, Fred and Rose were never charged with rape. Fined £25 each, they were allowed to go free.
I think the £25 fines sent a very clear message that even if you do slip up and you make a mistake, that you're really not going to carry the can fully for what you've done. So it sent the signal that providing you make sure that you tidy up, you probably will never get caught. And that just basically sealed the fate of future victims.
By then they're hooked on this. It becomes like a drug, you know, and then the more you have, the more you need. They have to make a cold-blooded decision. If we do this again, we can't allow somebody to go away because they'll go to the police and they'll come back again. We have to dispose of the bodies. And Fred already knew about disposing of bodies because he'd done it before.
Some, but not all, future victims would conveniently come from society's margins.
Fred West would have realised that there are plenty of people around who will not be missed. They used the same technique actually as certain religious groups that go around finding vulnerable people.
They were very good at beginning to spot the kind of girl who would fall into a category that we kind of use the phrase less than dead. In other words, someone, if they were killed, disappeared, they would probably be less missed, less noticed, and a lot less police fuss than the average person, such as prostitutes, runaways, girls of very sort of mixed repute, who did not have very strong family ties.
Once Fred and Rose had selected their prey, they would take them back to Cromwell Street and down into the cellar.
The events in the cellar, in the, as it were, the Chamber of Horrors, can be only really speculated on, but by bits and pieces that were left over, clearly a certain amount of sexual torture and abuse had progressed. These victims may have been stripped and hung and left for long periods of time in extreme pain. You have to remember that Fred at least had very little restraint when it came to the revulsion of what his physical acts were. So, you know, to actually inflict almost intolerable, continuous and protracted pain and injury on a person would not have created the same revulsion that it does in you or I.
Fred fitted a beam across and there were hooks on it. He talked about girls being hung there for days and bodies mummifying. We don't know exactly what happens. We do know that in the course of the time that they were there, they were killed. Their bodies were dismembered, and they were buried. And then when he had filled the cellar with girls, he concreted over the floor and then turned the cellar into the bedroom for his children.
Fred and Rose West had now perfected their mode of operation, and over the next 14 years would kidnap, rape, torture and murder almost at will. But each murder would require them to push the boundaries of sadosexual behaviour further and further.
She had to be abusive. She had to be in control of the situation. And for Fred, there had to be, as it were, bizarre episodes of sadism and bondage, etc.
They always wanted something more. They want to scream a little bit more. They want to cut a bit deeper. They know what causes more pain than something else. And to be bound and gagged and poked and stabbed and cut and beaten and sexually abused, probably just not even seeing what was going on half the time. With these two monsters cackling and laughing, it was the most terrifying experiences beyond human comprehension.
Fred and Rose were now sinking to such depths of depravity that it was entirely possible that one of them could end up as the next victim.
I think there must have been an absolute element of competition between them that grew up in terms of the other person may kill me. Therefore, I am at risk. Therefore, I must show myself to be as tough, as sadistic, as hard, and as progressively homicidal as the other person. Otherwise, I may be the next victim, as it were, rather than the next perpetrator.
By June of 1987, Fred and Rose's eldest daughter, Heather, was 16. She'd suffered both physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her parents all her life. And now this teenage girl was becoming a problem.
She was murdered one day when the other children had gone to school. There's no evidence or belief that she was sexually abused. She was simply murdered and her body was got rid of in the classic Fred West way and buried under what subsequently became a patio.
I don't think for one moment he would have even shed a tear. I think that's how cold-blooded this man was. He was disposing, again, of something that he had no further use for.
If Heather had been able to survive and continue, she may have brought the whole facade down one way or another, and that could not be allowed. So to some degree, they committed, as it were, a very risky murder, a murder that was done to show that they were in control to the rest of their children, and unfortunately that probably led to their undoing.
Heather lay undiscovered under the patio in the garden of Cromwell Street for 8 years. Yet the Wests became careless, and her disappearance had become the subject of a sick joke.
Fred and Rose would tell the children, to behave themselves, otherwise they'd end up under the patio like Heather, which was a macabre joke, obviously looking at the reality of the situation.
The persistent rumours about Heather eventually reached the ears of a local policewoman.
Detective Constable Hazel Savage had always been aware that there were these rumours and persuaded her bosses that that patio was going to have to be dug up.
On the morning of the 24th of February 1994, a police search team knocked at the door of 25 Cromwell Street and set in motion an investigation that would stun the world. The murderous career of Fred West was about to come to an end. As the police started digging in the back garden of 25 Cromwell Street, they could have no idea of what they were about to find. Fred and Rose West's daughter Heather had been missing since 1987, and she was the focus of their search. When they unearthed a female thigh bone, they were confident they'd found what they were looking for. But it fell to pathologist Bernard Knight to break the news to Detective Superintendent John Bennett that there may be more than one body under the patio.
And I still remember John Bennett's face when I got down this hole in the garden and looked up and said, either you've got more than one, or she had 3 legs because there were another 2 thigh bones. I think gobsmacked would fit John's face fairly well at that time because, say, they expected to find Heather. And then I think there were 3 bodies in the backyard. And then, what was it, 6 in the house?
Fred West was arrested. Despite the mounting evidence against him, he seemed remarkably unperturbed.
He's a 54-year-old man then, he's had a long run. He's got away with it all his life. His mindset is one of, you know, I'm probably caught, but who gives a damn now? Believing it and not believing it at the same time. Not really fully appreciating the enormity of what happened. And it probably took a few weeks before the penny dropped.
He probably, went to pick up his coat a few times, thinking he was probably on his way home in a few days because, they found them now and it's not really that important. So therefore, he was actually entering quite a severe sort of state of delusion, where he actually didn't think, that this was that important.
Despite West's ambivalence to his crimes, he knew the game was up. He offered to show the police where to dig.
He went back to the house and he did indicate certain places where the police might dig in the garden. But he never admitted that there were 6 other bodies under the house. And there was speculation that Fred didn't want to point that out because he was very proud of his house and how he built it and incorporated various interesting features into it. He didn't think the police would go as far as knocking the house down in order to find evidence.
But the police did knock the house down. And after recovering a total of 9 bodies from Cromwell Street, they switched their interest to Midland Road, where the body of 8-year-old Charmaine was discovered. A lengthier search of the 2 fields at Much Marcle was to drag on for months, but they were to give up the remains of Rena Costello and Anna McFall. The police now faced the harrowing task of identifying all the victims. Professor Bernard Knight made the startling discovery that the skeletons were incomplete.
There's a lot of hand and toe bones missing, but you actually rarely find every bone if you dig up a skeleton. One reason why there may be a sinister aspect is that 2 babies, 2 fetuses present, and their tiny little bones were there, most of them, even tiny rib bones, size of a matchstick. And yet there were bigger bones missing from the adults. There's 1 shoulder blade missing. Now, it's a bit difficult to imagine how, if you can get a tiny fetal bone surviving, where's this big shoulder blade gone? Of course, the sensational aspect or explanation would be that they were taken off as some form of fetish, and even cannibalism was mentioned, but I think that's pure speculation. But certainly a lot of bones missing.
He may have had some bizarre paranoid ideation, so in the beginning perhaps he was cutting up bodies to make them smaller, taking away the fingers and toes in case they were identified. It could have been, a paranoid state that was superstitious. He had to keep these various little objects close to him so that he knew that he was safe, that he had some control over these dead victims. It may have become a very habitual thing.
It is known for psychopathic killers to keep trophies of their victims. He may have kept 1 or 2 bones as kind of mementos in order to be able to keep his work with him.
On June the 30th, 1994, Fred and Rose West appeared at Gloucester Magistrates' Court, jointly charged with 9 murders. It was 4 months since the police had started digging. Their victims had now been identified as Linda Goff, Lucy Partington, Carol Cooper, Juanita Mott, Shirley Hubbard, Therese Siegenthaler, Alison Chambers, Shirley Ann Robinson, and Heather West. Fred was also charged with a further 2 murders, that of his first wife, Catherine Costello, and his stepdaughter, Charmaine West. Anna McFall, Fred's first victim, was yet to be identified. This was the first time Fred and Rose had seen each other since their arrest. Fred was devastated when Rose rejected him in court.
He would have been distraught. The confidence would have gone. His face would have sagged. He would have lost that confident, jovial demeanour. And he had very little else left to live for.
6 months later, on New Year's Day 1995, whilst waiting to stand trial at Winston Green Prison in Birmingham, Fred West hanged himself.
When they told me he killed himself, and they were saying, oh, that's justice, isn't it? And I said, no, it's not really. And I was absolutely gutted. I wanted him to pay the proper price. And he just took his own way out and had his own way about what happened to him. He was in control right to the end.
Rose was now left alone to face trial for 10 murders.
She was probably in a bit of a state of shock, actually, I would say. This blanket denial came down, and that's pretty well, on the whole, the way it remained.
Rose, at that point, is only really protecting one person, herself, and that would be her only interest. So she would then progressively try to look as though she was a useful member of society, potentially okay, that it wasn't really her, even if the evidence was against her, and that she wasn't that complicit in what went on.
But the court thought otherwise, and she was convicted of 10 murders and sentenced to life imprisonment. The investigation was now closed, but had the police found all the victims? Rumours persist of many more bodies.
We have to regard the kind of dark matter of Fred's life and his kind of killing career, if you like, that there are a lot of black spots which I'm sure may be filled with other poor unfortunates who have disappeared and not been registered and not been connected with the Wests.
There was a young child supposedly killed accidentally when Fred was driving an ice cream lorry in Glasgow. There was a young boy who supposedly committed suicide not far from Gloucester. But really, if that had been more carefully investigated, I think they would have been interested to talk to Fred.
It is possible, as we know with personality disordered individuals, that their characteristics, both Fred and Rose, would have eased off, and perhaps their interest in this would have slowed a little as they approached middle age, and as it were, they were going into sort of homicidal retirement. But the chances are there would be other victims, but unfortunately, due to the logistics, we will probably never know.
"25 Cromwell Street was demolished in an attempt to erase the memory of West's atrocities. For Caroline Owens, forgetting her ordeal will not be so easy.
They've took it all down now and turned it into this walkway. Some people wanted a garden of remembrance, but others thought it wouldn't be respected as such. So they decided to turn it into a walkway. And now I'm actually walking where the house was. And some of the girls would have been buried under this area here. And some in the patio over in that area. Brings back quite a few sad feelings, bad feelings for me. I don't like being here. I just see it as a grave for all the girls, and I'm just glad it's all over and they're all out of here. It's almost like you can hear him having his laugh. You can hear him laughing. It's almost him laughing and joking about the patio and stuff. Yeah. It feels like he's still here. I don't think they took enough of this place away.
Fred West committed some of the most evil and heinous crimes in history, a gruesome and disturbing legacy. But was he really born to kill?
Given his basic biological background, at birth, this chap was not going to escape the genetics, the psychopathy, which probably affected his brother as well. He was not going to escape the family environment, which was going to reaffirm these characteristics that were already in the parents. You have to look back and say, basically, that his crimes, to some degree, were inevitable. The degree and the frequent nature of the crimes may have been adjusted by aspects of his life, but indeed Fred was born with the characteristics that would make it reasonably easy for him to turn into a killer.
He was kind, thoughtful, friendly.
Pathological liar.
At the time, one would have said an answer to prayer, just what we needed.
Access to death-dealing drugs.
Always well-mannered, very polite.
Perfect predator.
Good company outside and extremely popular with everybody.
Trust of the victims.
He was a nice guy. He was a good guy.
Perfect killing machine.
His patients were mainly elderly women living alone and vulnerable. They adored their doctor, Harold Fred Shipman. And even when their contemporaries began dying in unusually high numbers, patients remained loyal. The number of patients that Dr. Shipman murdered is still unknown, but his murderous roll call eclipses the toll of any other serial killer caught to date. Did events in his life turn him to murder? Or more simply, was Harold Shipman born to kill?
Harold Frederick Shipman is an interesting case to examine. The very remarkable nature of his case is the fact that he was not remarkable. We could say he can't be a killer because he's a bit like us. Harold Shipman fitted in with society to a great degree, and this was the very important feature which made it possible for him to go on and on to be one of the most prolific serial killers of all time.
For his victims, death came in the afternoon, but for Harold Frederick Shipman, it came in the early hours of the morning at Wakefield Prison on Tuesday the 13th of January 2004. Prisoner CJ 8199, the expert in death, had timed his final act well. He was beyond saving. He had been alive at 5 a.m. when the last check was made on him, and he knew the next check was not for another hour. As a doctor, he also knew that 4 minutes was the maximum time he needed.
What he has done is he's taken to his grave the reason and the motivation behind his killing, and left everybody guessing in relation to that and sort of perplexed forevermore.
His suicide caused shockwaves through Hyde, the town in Greater Manchester where most of his victims and their families lived.
Hyde was such a lovely town. It was a proper old-fashioned traditional community where sons and daughters still lived on their parents' doorsteps, and they all lived near each other and they all understood each other. It was a very close community with a warm heart. So for Shipman to be able to kill so many people in such a small, safe community was doubly devastating.
Over the years, doctors, funeral directors and even pharmacists had raised suspicions about Dr. Shipman, but such worries were swept under the carpet.
I found out that the police had actually investigated Shipman before in March 1998, quite soon after breaking the story. I spoke to Dr. Linda Reynolds, and she was the GP who courageously went to the local coroner, John Pollard, and told him that she was worried that Shipman had killed his patients.
On that basis, I then instructed the police to make an investigation. And that is what has now been referred to as the failed investigation, because the police came back to me about a fortnight later and said they'd investigated and quite frankly, they could find nothing wrong.
The fact is they came back to Dr. Linda Reynolds and told her she was mistaken, that Shipman was a pillar of the community, and she must be careful what she's saying about such people. And Shipman went on to kill 3 more women after that.
Dr. Shipman might have carried on killing for years if it had not been for the suspicious death of Kathleen Grundy on the 24th of June 1998. The last person to see her alive was Dr. Harold Shipman, when he'd gone to her home to take routine blood samples.
When Kathleen Grundy died, she left a will. That will was made out in favour of Dr. Shipman, but her daughter, Angela Woodruff, got this copy of a will, and she was absolutely astonished, because if you look at the actual will, it's so amateur. If you've got to forge a will, then you get about 2 out of 10 for forgery. It simply wasn't very good.
Kathleen Grundy's daughter believed that the signature was not actually her mother's, so consequently the document needed to be examined.
The officer who was given the case to handle started talking to a couple of people he knew, one of them being the local undertaker, Alan Massey, who said, well, I've been really worried about the number of cremation certificates. I've mentioned it to people before, they've taken no interest, but there's so many of them.
There was the fact that Shipman's fingerprint appeared on the will, when in actual fact in interview Shipman denied that he'd ever seen the will. The fact that Shipman actually owned the typewriter that the will had been typed on, and that in interview he suggested that Mrs. Grundy used to borrow the typewriter. But he couldn't suggest to us who had returned it to him after the will had been prepared.
It was decided that Kathleen's body needed to be exhumed and forensically examined to discover the true cause of her death.
The investigation into Kathleen Grundy's death was undertaken in the knowledge that there had been an earlier investigation into Dr. Shipman's activities. That had involved 19 deaths. About a fortnight into the inquiry, there was interest from a local newspaper.
My news desk at the Manchester Evening News was tipped off about the death of Kathleen Grundy and the fact the police were investigating her GP. I rang the police and they didn't want to comment any further.
The police decided that the families of the 19 people who died should become aware of the re-investigation before the story broke.
I then went into Hyde to find out more about the case from the people who knew Kathleen Grundy. Almost immediately I bumped into 2 old ladies and they said, "Oh, you mean Dr. Death, dear?" And I said, "I beg your pardon." And they said, "Well, they say he's a good doctor, but you don't last. Lots of old ladies have died with Dr. Shipman."
Family members then told us very similar stories to the story that we had already uncovered in relation to Kathleen Grundy. That is when I started to realise that this was much bigger than one death that Dr. Shipman had been involved in. We carried out the exhumation and a pathologist actually performed a post-mortem. Shipman, of course, had certified the death at the time it had occurred as being old age. He could not confirm the cause of death that Shipman had put, and consequently we sent samples off for analysis.
There were levels of diamorphine in the body of the deceased which were sufficient to have led to her death.
Of course, Mrs. Grundy had not been suffering from any serious illnesses that required her to be administered diamorphine.
At that stage, I was totally convinced that they were on to someone here who had committed many heinous crimes.
The community were absolutely wholeheartedly behind Dr. Shipman at this point. He'd groomed that community so that they truly believed in him and thought that he was looking after them, when in fact he was killing them by the hundred.
The kind of victims he picked, the elderly people, are what we call the category of less than dead. In other words, the kind of people that, if they passed away, you don't actually notice so well. They're not the kind of people that are going to cause a big fuss, because almost it's expected. And in fact, counter to most serial killers, he's one of the few people who could probably get the relatives or the council to take away the body for him.
The way in which the victims were found was in itself quite disturbing. Many of them were found fully clothed in the middle of the daytime, often sitting upright in a chair or on a sofa. In some of those cases, Shipman had actually certified on the cremation form that he'd carried out a full external examination of the body, and yet the victim was still sitting there, fully clothed, shoes on, the sleeves buttoned down to the wrist, dresses that buttoned to the neck. Well, how you can carry out a full external investigation in those circumstances, I just don't understand.
Often in the medical notes, which he'd made up, suggesting that these people had had heart conditions, for example, when they hadn't really, and then saying, well, they must have had a heart attack. Of course, somebody having a heart attack doesn't just simply fall asleep sitting in a chair looking very relaxed. Life just isn't like that.
Police investigated Shipman's book of death certificates. They made a list of 15 deaths that they decided should be investigated as a priority. Of the victims on this list, 9 had been buried and 6 cremated. More exhumations were ordered. Police also learned that Dr. Shipman had often encouraged the relatives of his victims towards cremation.
In each of the exhumations that took place, tests were carried out, and in most of those, morphine was discovered in the body, and that led to a prosecution in relation to that death.
The police inquiry would also reveal Shipman's modus operandi. He would often kill his victims, most of whom were elderly, with an injection of morphine, and then return to his office to falsify their medical records on his computer to exaggerate their poor health. In the case of Kathleen Grundy, he had backdated several entries to suggest she had become addicted to morphine.
The thought of an 80-odd-year-old former Lady Mayoress of the town of Hyde scoring bags of heroin in the back streets of Manchester seems to me ludicrous and ridiculous, and a gross insult to her memory, quite frankly.
Being a GP placed Harold Shipman in a position where, in public, he could actually carry out the very activities that in private he wished to carry out, and actually project them in the community and wander around the community and make it quite clear to people that, I am a great doctor.
On the 7th of September 1998, Shipman was arrested on suspicion of murder. Who was the real Dr. Shipman? What made him a monster?
In order to actually find out about this actual behaviour and how it developed, we have to look back in time very closely at his childhood and even beyond.
In September 1998, Harold Shipman was convicted for 15 murders. The Shipman inquiry now documents that he killed 284 people over a period of 30 years before he aroused suspicion. However, no one really knows the true number of his victims. The Shipman case is unusual. There was no highly publicised trail of bodies, no madman on the loose. Until Shipman was arrested in connection with the Kathleen Grundy case, no one could have known just how many murders had taken place.
If we wish to find out whether Harold Shipman was in fact born to kill, we need to examine early childhood, looking for patterns of behaviour which would indicate that they carry traits, that their temperament is different. With Harold, we realise that on the surface, it seems like a very ordinary childhood, a very ordinary background. But if we dig deeper, we know that there are going to be clues as to why he ended up where he did.
Harold Frederick Shipman, nicknamed Fred or Freddie, was born into a working-class family on June the 14th, 1946 in Nottingham. He was a distant and slightly aloof child, maintaining a distance between himself and his contemporaries, mainly due to the influence of his mother, Vera.
I think his mother certainly encouraged him to not the path of righteousness, but she thought Fred was special. She wanted him to be special. And now he was the middle child. The elder sister, Pauline, left school at 15, was no great academic. His brother Clive wasn't as bright, his younger brother, but Fred brought up in a decent and fairly new council estate in Nottingham, passed his 11 plus, got into the local grammar school, High Pavement, which was extremely prestigious. To do so, he studied hard. He didn't mix very much with local kids.
And his parents, like my parents, like lots and lots of other working class parents, would have been so proud. Our boy is going to the grammar school.
Shipman's school days at High Pavement were largely unspectacular. Like so many other grammar school entrants, he went from being one of the bright kids at junior school to being run-of-the-mill amongst so many other clever boys.
Fred was very serious, and I think it may be that he had to work harder than most. And I know he had a real respect for his family, and I think he thought that they'd made an effort, his parents had made perhaps a sacrifice.
His mother really didn't want Fred to be, as it were, in this area, have the same kind of career as other boys. And having him focus exclusively on his studies meant that Fred was not really integrated into the real world. And he was allowed to build up fantasies of power and fantasies that perhaps might have had a sexual connotation, because Fred was not really allowed to develop socially and sexually normally.
Vera decided who Fred could play with and when. She wanted to distinguish him from other boys. She was more ambitious for Harold than her other children.
Perhaps because he seemed that much mature, he seemed that much older. And when certain incidents occurred at school, which perhaps, had it been anybody else, you'd had a good laugh and you'd have made him pay for it. With Fred, you didn't. One of the best examples of that is the rugby club dancers that we had. He turned up with his sister, and they used to dance together in this strangely uncoordinated way, totally different. And I think she was taller than him as well. We just respected him. It's strange.
The fact that Fred got respect from his friends is a little bit surprising because of his social alienation. However, by playing it by the rules, by creating an act, Fred just simply coexisted with these people and formed no real problem in relating to other people. So he was able, as it were, just to slot in. He didn't really have any difficulty because he didn't create any difficulty.
On Friday the 21st of June 1960, when Fred was just 17, his mother Vera died of lung cancer, an illness that he had kept strangely secret from his classmates. The family GP visited the house regularly in the weeks before Vera's death, giving her welcome injections of morphine in ever-decreasing dosages. He met schoolmate Michael Heath on his way to school the following Monday morning, when he told him his tragic news.
Most days, Fred would be coming along the road here from his house, and we would meet at the bottom of the road here, and we'd stop here and just say a few words, and then we'd walk on to the school. And it was on one of those mornings, Monday morning, when I met him at the point just there and just asked him what sort of weekend he's had, and he said, oh, my mum had died. His mum had died, and that's quite a shock, really.
Fred never said anything to me other than once on a bus I seem to remember him saying, my mum's not very well. But that could have been that she'd got a cold.
That must have been terrible. What did you do? How did you cope? And he said, well, I put my gear on, went for a run, and he ran in the pouring rain, so he must have been absolutely saturated.
He grieved in a very strange way. He ran for miles and miles and miles, all through the night, in his school running shorts and T-shirts, and it was quite an amazing thing.
He just seemed the same as he did any other day, but he must have been going through hell for the weeks and months before.
Fred would be the one who sat with her and waited for the doctor to come round and to give her an injection of morphine. And he was at her bedside when she died. And that was a moment that obviously impacted on him greatly.
Here's the school gates, what was the school. There's 10 minutes on that particular morning that he told me that his mum had died, but awkward, to say the least. And I must admit, when we arrived, it was a bit of a relief for us to go our own separate ways.
It's interesting that he'd shown no interest in medicine or said he wanted to be a doctor until after his mother passed away.
Many have drawn the comparison between Fred's experience of his mother dying under morphine and his later use of morphine to actually execute the old ladies. Now, there has to be a connection, and very few people have actually drawn why one leads to the other. If you look back in Fred's history, he constantly used exercise. Exercise generates what we call endorphins. Endorphins are extremely powerful opiates, 100, sometimes 1,000 times more powerful than heroin. Now, Fred was accustomed to this, if you like. When his mother passed away, he experienced what many people experience when a family member finally passes away after a grueling period. He felt relief. He felt a certain lifting. And this experience was then compounded because he went out for whatever reason and ran all night. And that extra opiate running around his body will have given Fred a euphoric high. Hence, this situation was likely to be repeated and give him pleasure in the future.
Fred failed to get the grades he needed to study medicine at Leeds Medical School.
Common with many serial killers with lower self-esteem. They always aspire to be better than, they want to be up with their peers. They envy their peers. Kenneth Bianchi, the Hillside Strangler, always wanted to be a cop. Everybody, all his schoolmates were all succeeding round him with good grades. He was a failure. They're always scrabbling to get out, scrabbling to get somewhere.
After resitting his exams the following year, he was eventually accepted into Leeds Medical School in 1965. Did Shipman decide to become a doctor to save people, or to have the power to kill them?
When Shipman first went to Leeds, he regularly got a bus into Leeds every morning, and on that same bus there was a young girl called Primrose Oxterby, who, like Shipman, had had a rather austere upbringing. She left school at 15 without any qualifications, and she got onto an art and design course at a college in Leeds. And on that bus was they're very good looking at the time, Shipman, and they hit it off. But very quickly after meeting, after about 6 months, she was pregnant. Shipman was careless, reckless for the first time in his life. They got married at a register office. There isn't even a photograph in existence of that wedding.
Shipman qualified from Leeds Medical University and went on to Pontefract General Infirmary to train as a junior doctor. After 12 months, he was duly licensed to practice medicine. According to the Shipman inquiry, this was where his first recorded murder took place.
The Shipman inquiry found that he killed a 4-year-old girl, for example, and she was very, very ill and dying. And her mother left the room saying, please be kind to her. And he took that as his cue to kill her. He might have pretended that that was euthanasia and that he was doing that child a favour, but he wasn't, because that child didn't die in her mother's arms. Her mother was having a cup of tea in the hospital cafe. So I think even then he had a very cruel streak that wanted to end lives, come what may.
It is absolutely uncertain exactly where Harold Shipman began to kill people. It may have been the case of the 4-year-old girl, but we do know that as he approached that time, Harold will have had some swelling and some strangely unexplicable, pleasurable feelings that were probably associated with the event with his mother, and he would suddenly start to feel he was in that powerful role, that controller of life and death. In a way, it harks back to that very moment when he thought he should be that GP by his mother's bedside.
By 1974, he was a father of 2 and had joined a medical practice in the Yorkshire town of Todmorden. In this North English setting, Fred seemed to change character. He became an outgoing, respected member of the community in the eyes of his fellow medics and patients.
But moving into general practice as a junior partner was clearly very attractive, and he went and worked at the Abram Ormerod practice in Todmorden, where there was illness among the partners, and Dr. Michael Grieve welcomed him with open arms.
he was extremely good, almost manic in the way he carried out his duties, and brought us all the latest techniques and kept us very much up to the mark. He was really, at the time, one would have said, an answer to prayer, just what we needed. The doctors did not choose their patients. The patients chose the doctor that they liked. And Fred had quite a devoted following who felt that he was the bee's knees and would do the best for them in all circumstances.
Harold Shipman underwent a metamorphosis. He changed from being the very asocial mummy's boy who didn't really get on very well with people into a GP who would establish himself in this area and find that suddenly he could relate to people and grow, if you like, as a pillar of the community. However, Harold Shipman did have a different agenda.
But the staff in the medical offices where he worked saw a different side of the young practitioner.
He wouldn't delegate, he wouldn't let the nurses give injections for him, for instance. He wouldn't let the pathology technicians, when they came out once a week to take blood samples for patients. Now, Fred would insist on doing all these himself.
Nobody had any idea that he was guilty of any kind of malpractice, although it would emerge later in Todmorden that there was an instance where 3 patients of his died in one day. And for a long time, one of them, Eva Lyons, was thought to be his very first victim.
But the village doctor wasn't as perfect as the fellow GPs thought. It was discovered that he had a drug addiction.
One of the other doctors in the practice happened to be in the pharmacist, and she opened the book and said, you should look at this, you know. And there were scores of entries. And he'd amassed huge amounts of pethidine, clearly not for patients, but for himself.
Well, he said he was addicted to pethidine because they were told you shouldn't give your patient anything that you haven't tried yourself. And finding that it sustained him in his manic state, because he was quite manic in what he would do. He'd take on these enormous loads and get through them. And perhaps the pethidine was what enabled him to do it.
And he was told, sorry, Fred, you'll have to go. And he booted his medical bag across the surgery where they sod you then. And off he went.
He thought that I was the devil incarnate. And I never spoke to him again.
It is that point when a serial killer is confronted with the obvious, they retreat, either with the excuse, society's fitted me up, it's not my fault, or they explode. And that's what Shipman was basically doing. How dare these little doctors, these little people, these people that are lower than me, how dare they question me, how dare they? Because he believes, he's got this thing, how dare they? These people are much lower than me. My mother's always taught me this way, how dare they interrogate me, who are they?
Shipman was ultimately forced out of the practice and into a York drug rehabilitation centre in 1975. 2 years later, his many convictions for drug offences, prescription fraud and forgery cost him a surprisingly low fine of £600.
After about a year or so, he saw an advert for a junior partner in a practice and hired, and he applied for it. And when he went there, he was totally open about his previous drug habits and said, look, I'm completely clean, I was under enormous stress. The General Medical Council is going to allow me to carry on working as a doctor and I'd love another chance. And they believed him and took him in.
In 1977, he was accepted to practice in the Donnybrook Medical Centre in Hyde, and it was here that he felt free to kill.
You know, Hyde's not a very big town, and obviously we had a shop. We knew lots of people that were Fred's patients, and everybody seemed to have the same opinion that he was a caring guy. You know, he just seemed a normal guy.
Again, he played the role of the dedicated, hard-working and community-minded doctor, highly respected in the area and making many friends.
We went to a couple of social functions with them. They were good company outside and extremely popular with everybody that was there, giving the impression the guy was just a normal guy, you know.
Harold Shipman found it very much more comfortable to kill and be in Hyde. Hyde was a fairly small, naive community where he would be accepted, this, tweed-wearing, friendly, local GP character. Harold Shipman had what we call career development as a killer. He had actually developed as a killer to the stage of being Dr. God.
I think Shipman went into single-handed practice purely to continue killing.
Clearly, if he worked on his own, nobody would know exactly what he was up to.
Most times he was okay, but the odd time he was a bit offish. So, you tend to wonder, what were those days? Were those days maybe when something happened? You don't know. It makes you think.
Because of the nature of the Shipman case, it may never be possible to document the exact number of murders he committed. The number and patterns of deaths in Dr. Shipman's practice was examined. When it was compared with those of other practitioners, significant differences appeared. Notably that the rate of deaths of elderly patients was disproportionately high. Other variations appeared. Deaths were often clustered at certain times of the day. Patients' records and previous symptoms were mismatched, and Dr. Shipman was usually in attendance. The question remains, why wasn't he stopped earlier?
In order to ascertain why Harold did what he did, you have to examine those little chinks, those flaws that show a glimmer under the surface of this projection as the good doctor, as the average man.
In this macabre tale, Dr. Shipman's former patients are grateful he was finally stopped. Could they have been next? And there's little doubt that some owe their lives to a determined and intelligent woman named Angela Woodruff. Determination to solve a mystery about her mother's will helped ensure that on Monday, the 31st of January 2000, the jury at Preston Crown Court found Shipman guilty of murdering 15 of his patients and forging the will of Angela's beloved mother, Kathleen Grundy.
It's difficult to believe that we were friends with Fred Shipman, who was one of the biggest serial killers in Great Britain. But when he's such a normal guy, he just fooled everybody. He shouldn't be playing God anyway. Nobody should be doing that.
Many of his victims lived on their own. A lot of them used to regard his visits to them as being something to look forward to. There were many instances of them being dressed in their best clothes, as if they were getting a visitor and it was something to look forward to, and therefore, let's put on something nice because the doctor's coming to visit.
That was all part of this great power trip that he was on, that their last words would have been, "Thank you, Doctor."
Mistake number 1, Shipman's use of the drug morphine. Morphine is one of the few poisons that can remain in body tissues for centuries.
There are other substances which he could have used which would have been either less traceable or even not traceable at all within the body. Why he chose to use diamorphine, I don't know. One reason might be that he was simply not quite as clever as he thought he was and didn't realise that it would be so traceable so easily. The other reason may be that he actually was quite willing and wanted to be found out at some stage.
Mistake number 2, the typewriter and the badly forged will.
So when Shipman murdered Mrs. Grundy and forged a will. What was happening? Did he want to get caught? Was he looking for a way out or what? Having killed 283 people, when it comes to Catherine Grundy, well, anybody's fair game. He's not been found out so far, even though he most certainly should have been. But the fact is, he was a hospital doctor and a GP who was never challenged.
I was very surprised to see that will and what a mess it was. So I think at that point maybe he wanted to get caught. On the other hand, maybe he felt invincible.
I think that Harold was becoming a little bit paranoid as to whether he was in safe territory, and he was testing the ground to find out whether or not people were suspicious of him, and also to prove to himself that he could talk his way out of this amongst these people that were his intellectual inferiors.
His actual reason for doing it, I'm not sure, I must be honest, I really don't know.
I think he expected to set the world on fire, but instead he faced a series of setbacks. He got Primrose pregnant while he was a medical student. He became addicted to pethidine and was caught. So in the end, he was quite disappointed with what he appeared to be. He was quite small and lowly, quite a small man. And I think that disappointment fueled an anger and an addiction to killing.
Certainly there is grandiosity involved. He acted like a supreme being, a godlike figure who clearly had the power over life and death, and he chose to kill people at a time when he wanted to kill them.
So why did he kill? Some speculate he hated older women, citing comments he made about the elderly being a drain on the health system. Others feel he was recreating his mother's death scene in order to satisfy some deep masochistic need.
I think his mother's death informed the murders, gave him a theme, but I don't think it's the reason. A lot of people lose their mothers when they're teenagers to cruel and painful diseases, and we don't all go out and start killing hundreds of people. I think he had a personality disorder to start with, but the fact that his mother used to wait for him to return from school, sitting in the window with a cup of tea, and the doctor would turn up and give her a morphine, and that was her relief from the terrible pain of the cancer. I think that was very important to him when he did start killing.
The first time that Harold Shipman actually killed someone, it is probable that in his mind there was rising pleasure associated with the incidence of his mother's death. At that point, he will have felt a certain amount of power and control and a certain calmness associated with the euphoria with his mother, and this would have been rewarding enough to propel him forward. But I feel that that form of euphoria, in contrast to many other serial killers, would have died out fairly quickly after the incident.
Despite overwhelming evidence of his guilt, Harold Shipman continued to maintain his innocence and shield the motives of his crime, even in prison.
When Fred first went into prison, my wife started to correspond with him because, you know, she firmly believed that he was innocent. There are round about 25 letters which were written. In all the letters, there's obviously no reference to the fact that he's admitting to anything at all. He was definitely trying to keep as much normality about his actions as he possibly could, so that anything that people might come up with about what he's supposed to have done seemed totally illogical.
He'd been to a house, rolled the sleeve up, administered morphine, killed her. That's what happened, isn't it, Doctor? No.
Harold always maintained his innocence to me. He never once, as far as I know, to me or any of the other prisoners admitted to the guilt of actually murdering any of the patients.
The levels were such that this woman actually died from the toxicity of morphine, not as you wrongly diagnosed. In plain speaking, you murdered her.
No,
When Dr. Shipman was finally convicted, my wife was very upset, and I said, well, there's only one thing you can do. I said, you can't write to the guy. I said, I think, you know, judging by the amount of evidence that's been put forward and the time it's taken, I said, I think it's pretty conclusive that he is guilty.
I remember when they first tried charging him for 218 murders on top of what they already accused him of. That was the first time I'd ever actually seen him react to his trial on what was going on. I remember when he came back from court, he just broke down in tears and was explaining to me what had gone, and he said, they're trying to pin another 218 murders on top of me. I mean, he said, I don't know where it's coming from or where they're getting the evidence from or anything, you know, where they're getting these stories, he used to call them. And that was the first time I'd actually seen a reaction from him. He smashed his cell up, basically. He just went berserk.
Harold Shipman never admitted to his crimes. Not to prison warders, not to prison inmates. Harold Shipman maintained the act that he'd started in childhood, where he, as it were, acted out the role of a social person, where he acted out the role of the good doctor. He could not, at the end of his existence, change that, because if he had admitted that he had done this, he would unpick and undo the fabric of his entire life, which was built on a facade.
In an extraordinary turn of tables, Shipman saved his cellmate's life.
I was so scared of being in a cell with Dr. Shipman because of the reputation. The rest of the prisoners was saying to me, that's that nutter, he's that doctor that's killed all them patients, like, you know what I mean? I was in fear for my own life. So much, I attempted to take my own life myself because I was that much scared, like, you know what I mean? He cut me down and resuscitated me. But after that, we seemed to get on pretty well. If he was so intent on murder, if that was his pleasure, why didn't he leave me to die?
Shipman had a particular victim type with a method of killing them that he was comfortable with in locations, again, either the victim's territory or somewhere where he was in control. The guy he revived was most certainly not sick in the clinical sense. He was not the preferred victim type of Shipman, and I think Shipman probably did then the only decent thing he'd ever did is becoming a doctor. Instead of taking lives, he saved one.
I'm still confused because, like, I can't understand as a man such as Harold, like I say, to me, he's a friend, how he could have gone about doing it. All those people, I mean, it's not something, I mean, it's not a natural thing, is it, to take human life?
To many of Dr. Shipman's victims, his suicide is a final betrayal. Not only did he kill their loved ones, but he escaped the punishment of spending the rest of his natural life in prison.
I think Fred planned his suicide. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I think he knew about the fact that Primrose would be financially better off if he died before a certain age.
He made sure Primrose was well looked after, and again, he was winning the game, and he was beating the authorities. Not only that, he was taking his secrets to the grave.
I think one of the main issues with regard to Harold Shipman was that he was a doctor. We all learned from a very early age that doctors are to be trusted.
From the evidence we have, the question is, was Harold Shipman born to kill? When we look back at his early life, we see a trait that seems to run through. That trait seems to make him objectify people, stops him feeling the feelings of others in the way that we do and call empathy. He also seems to have prevented him from normal childhood development, to created a world of fantasy, to actually have led and helped certain incidences in his life where he adopted the role of a GP, of a trusted person, who then went on to kill people rather than prolong their lives. Yes, it would seem that without that early characteristic, none of the other events would have had sufficient impact to actually lead to that line of behaviour. Therefore, it would seem that Harold Shipman was, in fact, born to kill.
How do I feel towards him now? Indifferent.
Ivan Milat was Australia's worst serial killer. From 1989 to 1992, he abducted, robbed, sexually molested, tortured and murdered 7 backpackers. He hid their bodies in the Belangolo forest south of Sydney. Did the harsh environment Milat grew up in put him on the inevitable path to murder? Or was he born to kill? Australia is famous for its wide open spaces, beaches and sunshine. Every year, over 5 million visitors from all over the world come to explore this vast land. Most travellers stay in the popular backpackers scene in King's Cross in the heart of Sydney. Hitchhikers take to the roads, not really understanding just how vulnerable they are. Australia had the reputation of being one of the safest countries in the world. In the early 90s, Ivan Milat was to change that forever.
The way he killed them was shocking. Some people were tortured, some people were sexually assaulted. He used some people for target practice. He was a man who enjoyed killing. He was a man who enjoyed the power and the sexual gratification that he got from his victims.
Young victims were abducted, their spines had been cut, and then he played with them like, you know, a cat would play with a mouse. They were particularly heinous.
I think it was violence for the sake of violence and someone who enjoyed an explosion of violence.
He specifically targeted backpackers because they were distant from relatives and friends. There was less likelihood of people knowing where they were, what they were doing.
There were 7 young people in the prime of their lives who must have undergone the most terrible ordeal, and it barely deserves thinking about, and one can only wonder how their close family members can cope with such a thought.
I just can't begin to describe him as a human being. I don't think that he has the feelings of a human being.
On the 30th of December 1989, James Gibson and Deborah Everest, 2 Australians visiting Sydney, were last seen alive leaving Surrey Hills to hitchhike 300 miles to Albury. In January 1991, German backpacker Simone Schmiedl left Sydney to hitchhike to meet her mother in Melbourne. On the 20th of December 1991, Gabor Neugebauer and Anja Habschied, 2 German hitchhikers, left King's Cross to hitchhike to Darwin. 18th of April 1992, British backpackers Joanne Walters and Caroline Clark were last seen alive leaving King's Cross to hitchhike around Australia. None of these young people were ever seen or heard from again. They were all young and carefree, searching for fun and adventure. They were all last seen hitchhiking along the Hume Highway. They all accepted a ride from a friendly stranger, and they were all killed by Ivan Milat. Paul Kidd is Australia's top expert on serial killers. He's dedicated his life to researching and writing books on Australia's own unique brand of killers.
He was a serial killer who was extremely clever within the Australian genre, and by that I mean it's in the bush, it's a lonely place, he's abducting strangers, people he doesn't know, he's taking them to a place of absolute isolation where he's committing his crimes, he's secreting the bodies, hiding the bodies in a place that is very, very unlikely to be caught. 90% of, or even more probably, of Australia's serial killers are pure opportunists.
Whilst they often differ in their modus operandi, Australia's serial killers have some things in common.
They come from an underprivileged background. There's a very strong chance that they would have been molested as a child, usually have a very, very poor working background.
Ivan Milat certainly fits this profile. He was born on the 27th of December 1944 into a poor working-class family in rural Australia. His parents would often argue. Milat was the fifth of 14 children, so what little parental love and attention there was spread thinly. Ivan's younger brother, George, remembers just how hard life was in the Milat family.
I didn't get on with him because he was quite wild with me all the time, maybe just because I stayed out of trouble.
The weaker Milat children were often bullied, so Ivan learned at an early age to be dominant. George was often a victim of Ivan's violent nature. He recalls one incident when he innocently brought it to his brother's attention that his car tyre was going down.
And I said, "You got a cooked valve in your car. Why? You got a slow leak." Ivan walked out and come back and started yelling at me about it. And Billy says, "Hey, he told you your tyre's going flat and you're flying off at him over it. Why?" Mum said, "What are you going to cook at him for? It was good enough to come and tell you he's got a tyre going flat and you come in and started yelling at him." And I said, "I'm not telling you nothing no more."
Author Mark Whittaker spent 4 years researching his book on Ivan Milat. He spoke to friends and family to gain a unique insight.
Ivan's father, Stephen, was a very strict disciplinarian, and he was a product of different times. Neighbours reported seeing him once standing on the back of two of his sons, beating them with a piece of 4x2.
One significant factor in Ivan's early life was the death of his sister, Margaret.
I watched my younger sister die over a car accident. And I said, why? I think the reason why we got through it so well is because we were in a big family. And I think that's the only reason we coped so well.
Ivan raced to the scene. It was just around the corner from their home, and apparently held her in his arms, blood everywhere. She died 2 weeks later, never having regained consciousness.
Teenage Ivan had an early introduction to death. Traumatised, he became obsessed with his appearance.
Self-image was obviously very important to Ivan. It's part of that whole control thing. He had to control everything. He wouldn't touch alcohol because he'd lose control. He was always very neatly dressed. His garden and his house always had to be immaculate. Everything had to be under his control.
Another person who remembers the young Ivan growing up was his old boss, Peter Cantarella. Peter owned the local fruit shop where Ivan worked as a teenager.
And he worked for about 12 months straight, and he was a really good worker.
Ivan asked Peter to go guarantor for a loan to buy a car. Peter agreed because he was such a good kid. Ivan got the car and Peter hardly ever saw him again. He wouldn't turn up to work, wouldn't pay off the loan. Peter ended up having to pay off the loan because he'd gone guarantor.
Peter was furious and things soon turned nasty.
Subsequently, a group of the Milat kids started harassing Peter and his family and throwing stones at their roof, and it was getting out of control.
My wife and I were working in the shop and they took all the guns. and took all the jewellery off me, first wife.
Peter took matters into his own hands. There was certainly a fight, and Bill and Ivan came off second best.
And I thumped him, and then, I bust his eye and there. He was a good worker too. As soon as he started to get in the wrong crowd, and he just turned bad.
This was the beginning of a life of crime for Ivan Milat.
And Ivan had a share of trouble when he was younger, until he'd end up in jail. It was the only way it stopped.
The Milat boys were often in trouble. George remembers journeys to the local jail to visit his brothers.
Long Bay Jail was very popular. There was Ivan. I went to see Michael. I never seen Billy or Boris or Wally. Ivan, he did a lot of time too until the big one come up.
Ivan began his criminal career in a very petty manner. A lot of it was car-related, stealing cars. He broke into an army barracks once and stole a safe with a mate. He wasn't a particularly good criminal. He kept getting caught, and indeed spent most of the 60s in institutions. In terms of a breeding ground for evil, you can't do better than taking your brightest young criminals, throwing them all into an institution and then totally dehumanising them.
Ivan moved on from petty crimes to the more serious crime of rape when he picked up 2 female hitchhikers.
We were on their way to Melbourne when Ivan picked them up. They managed to confuse and confound him for some time before striking a deal. Ivan agreed to not kill them if one of them had sex with him.
He was later caught and charged, but he was acquitted when the girls changed their testimony.
They're the last known victims of Ivan in that sort of sense that survived. I mean, he knew that leaving survivors wasn't a good way to continue on his merry way.
Ivan met his wife Karen in 1975. He was 30, she was 17. Karen was 6 weeks pregnant with another man's child. Needing someone who could provide for her, she stayed with him, but would soon regret that decision.
It appears to have been a not a particularly happy relationship. Ivan was incredibly domineering and jealous. Wouldn't allow Karen out of the house if he didn't know where she was. She had to account for every cent she ever spent, had to produce receipts.
He was violent and unpredictable. He would control his anger for a long period of time and would then explode at any given moment.
He wasn't afraid to beat her or at least intimidate her, and by the end of their relationship, she was a nervous wreck. When she left him in 1987, he bided his time, but he got revenge eventually by burning down the front of her parents' house.
He was upset about his divorce, but from what I know of, he caused it. He started punching into her at home. Mum called the police on him over it. Ivan did get violent, very violent.
When Karen subsequently left him, he'd lost that control over her. It's one of the theories that he then went to seek that control elsewhere, out on the highway.
On the 13th of July 1989, Karen and Ivan Milat divorced. 6 months later, the first 2 backpackers went missing. For a period of 2.5 years, between January 1990 and April 1992, Milat became a ruthless, cold-blooded and sadistic killer who scoured the highways looking for victims. Ivan Milat's colourful criminal history got worse after the breakdown of his marriage. The power and control he once exerted over his wife was gone. He turned to the highway to fulfill his fantasies of dominance and control. After being acquitted of the rape and abduction of 2 female hitchhikers in 1971, Milat realized that future victims would not be allowed to escape. Milat regarded himself as above the law. His large collection of guns was part of his outlaw image. Guns were commonplace in the Milat family.
I had an air rifle as a kid. And I still got one today. I had a bow and arrow then, a slingshot and an air rifle. Only now I've got bigger guns. But then we toured the country and went shooting. And we managed to stay out of trouble when we did. Well, some of us did.
Milat family shooting expeditions often took place at one of the Milat properties, where they even constructed their own shooting range.
You never ever leave a gun loaded no matter what.
Ivan's younger brother George proudly talks us through his extensive gun collection, which includes Ivan's very own musket.
This is called a number 2 air rifle. That is a 410. This is what you call a 12-gauge shotgun. This is called a Remington 2506. And this is the big fella's gun. And when you pull the trigger, this here closes.
Ivan loved his guns so much that he even took them to his job as a road worker. His boss for many years was Don Borthwick.
You joined in a bit of a joke and that, but when you was away, you was sort of more of a loner than anything. You know, the boys would go down to the pub. I mean, you got your drinkers and you got your players, you know. Ivan was neither. He'd drink his Coke and he'd sit there and read his books and go back to his room, you know. We had blokes on the clock all night playing pool and other blokes chasing women. Ivan, for the years that I was with him and the few times I went away, wasn't in there any days. Have his gun books and back to bed. Boys would have their girly magazines. Ivan would have his gun magazines. The knife was always in his bag of us, but, you know, he'd get it out and cut an apple in half, yeah, and that was it.
He remembers one incident where Ivan was showing off his guns.
He had big guns in the end. When he worked around the corner at another company, 2 blokes had to go at him one night, so the next night he walked in for lunch, pulled the gun out and put it on the table. He said, "Who we talked to tonight?" And they both walked out. Yeah, he always had that in his bag, and a big knife, like a Bowie knife or something like that. He always had a knife in his bag. Cutting up apples, mate, he could have cut horses up with it. It was a big knife.
No one quite knows how Ivan progressed from this fantasy world into the very real world of killing. Ivan picked up British backpacker Paul Onions hitchhiking on the Hume Highway on the outskirts of Sydney. Onions was heading to Mildura to work as a fruit picker. The prosecutor on the case, Mark Tedeschi, remembers the story of the man who would later become his star witness.
Ivan had approached him in a shop on the side of the Hume Highway. He was pleased to be getting this lift. He sat in the front of this four-wheel drive vehicle that Ivan owned, and they were driving along the Hume Highway, and they came to a particular point. All of a sudden, he noticed that the atmosphere in the vehicle changed. Ivan stopped the car, got out of the driver's side and was rummaging around underneath his seat, and all of a sudden produced a pistol.
Onions was terrified and made a split-second decision.
And he decided that no matter what, he was not going to stay in that car. He just jumped out of that car and ran up the Hume Highway, zigzagging backwards and forwards as he'd been told to do in the Navy. If you're being fired at by the enemy and you're running away, then you don't just run in a straight line, you zigzag. And he was zigzagging as he was running, and he heard 2 shots ring out.
In broad daylight on a busy highway, Ivan ruthlessly opened fire. A car finally stopped and Paul Onions jumped in. The driver had inadvertently saved him, not only from hours of torture, but also from certain death. He was taken to the local Bowral police station where he gave a statement. It was filed amongst the other petty crimes, and it wouldn't be for another 4 years the police would realise just how vital that statement would be. Following Onion's escape, there were no murders for a year. Whilst one British backpacker was lucky to get away, 2 more wouldn't be so fortunate. Caroline Clark was the 21-year-old daughter of Ian and Jackie Clark. A bright and bubbly girl, she loved life and always dreamed of travelling to Australia.
Before she was even a teenager, Australia was always the goal, sort of age 10 upwards, whether it was a diet of neighbours and home and away, I don't know.
Off she went and she was having a wonderful time.
She met Welsh-born nanny Joanne Walters in King's Cross, and they decided to go fruit picking together. To save on cash, they hitchhiked against Caroline's parents' advice.
You know, we'd always talked about hitchhiking as something that should not be encouraged, and we'd always said to Caroline, look, whatever you do, you must never do this on your own. We'd much rather she went on public transport, you know, if it meant working for a bit longer to get the money to pay for the fare. But, well, she didn't.
For once, there wasn't safety in numbers. On Easter Saturday, the 18th of April 1992, both girls were seen heading towards King's Cross Station, carrying sleeping bags and a tent. They were never seen alive again. 6 weeks later, and with no contact from Caroline, the Clarks began to get worried.
She always rang on family birthdays just to say hello and, you know, happy birthday. So when Emma didn't get a call, we thought, that's a little strange.
That's when the alarm bells really started ringing, and we started putting into place, you know, a serious search.
The Clarks did everything possible in their search for their youngest daughter.
We got flybills made up with the girls' photographs and so on, and sent them out to all the major backpacking hostels, big bundles of them, and said, when anybody's moving from here, will you ask them to take a bundle and move on to the next place and get them to put them. So they spread across Australia remarkably quickly.
You can't believe anything's gone wrong, you know, you don't want to think anything's gone wrong, but of course as the weeks turned into months.
I don't think we ever really, until quite late on, faced up to the fact that they weren't coming back.
You are sort of in a state of limbo, I must say. Not a nice time.
4 months later, Caroline would be found.
You know, a different kind of anguish comes in. You know they're dead, and so you can start to mourn them.
2 cross-country runners discovered the girls' remains in the Belangolo forest, just near where Paul Onions had his narrow escape 2 years earlier. Ian and Jackie Clark knew their daughter had been brutally murdered, but now their question was by whom?
We knew the broad outline of what had happened to her, and I think that was horrid, because it was such an evil and disgusting event, really, that, you know, you start reliving it on their behalf, and you conjure up what they'd gone through.
After the discovery of the girls' bodies in the forest, the police set up Task Force Air to find the killer. The task force was headed by one of Australia's most experienced major crime detectives, Commander Clive Small.
They had multiple bullet wounds and multiple stab wounds, as did most of the victims. It shows a pattern of behaviour that goes clearly beyond just the killing of a person, and that the satisfaction continues well after the actual death of the person.
2 brutal murders, but no hard evidence and no witnesses. They called in leading Australian forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Rod Milton. Milton has over 20 years' experience in profiling serial killers. He was driven back to the scene of the crime to get a feel for the horrific events that had occurred there. He sat undisturbed, thinking over all the information he'd been told about the murders. He takes us on a tour of the crime scenes.
This was where the body of Miss Walters was found, and she was lying under the rock. The injuries were very severe and multiple stab wounds. There was one stab wound to the neck that would have been immediately fatal. I think it was violence for the sake of violence, and someone who enjoyed an explosion of violence. Disarrangement of the clothing suggests that there was a sexual element to it. That's as far as one can go. But there did seem to be that combination of the two factors. Whatever was done was probably of a humiliating nature, because that was what Ivan most likely did with his victims. It was to get power more than anything else, and that Ivan Milat was a person who was intent on getting power over his victims rather than anything else.
Caroline Clark's body was found just 50 metres away. It too was left in a special position that meant something to the killer.
She was lying face down with one arm up and her head on her hand, and she'd been repeatedly shot through the head. The autopsy results showed different entry points to the skull. It suggests that the killer had moved the head in order to do what pleased him. It had the impression of being a very deliberate, cold and calculated murder. Well, it's not unknown for people who commit serial offences like this to arrange the bodies in a particular way, and there was some similarity between Miss Walters and Miss Clark in that both were lying face down, and I think they had their arms raised up with their hands somewhere in the vicinity of their head. Now, evidently that had some sort of significance for the murderer.
Dr. Milton started to build a profile that would prove vital in the eventual capture of the killer. He believes that the way the victims were killed meant that two people had to be responsible.
I said, well, here are two people who are used to living with violence, who probably have a criminal record, who don't mind what they do to others, who get pleasure from it, and the fact that one body was at some distance from the other suggested that if there were two offenders, that maybe the second one had a reason to feel a bit shy of what the other would feel about him. In regard to dominance, the sadistic and calculated person is more likely to dominate the impulsive and a more openly aggressive person, and that gave me the hypothesis that there were two killers, one of whom was perhaps a bit older and more dominant, sadistic and cold, very, very violent but very restrained, and the other one of a more spontaneous, impulsive nature.
The profile indicated that the killer was someone who loved guns but hated women, someone who loved power but hated authority. Clive Small conducted an extensive search of past criminal records for people who might fit that profile, and who also lived close to the Belangolo forest.
Rod was very close on a number of points. He'd said that the person would probably be a blue-collar worker, would probably be a hard worker, would be a loner. We were dealing with a person who knew the forest area very well. We were dealing with a person who probably knew the Liverpool area very well, because that's where the victims were being picked up. And that led us to believe that the person lived in the area. We also had good reason to believe that the person was very familiar with firearms and was probably somewhat of a fanatic. We had the Milat family nominated to us as a family we should look at.
Despite the suspicions surrounding the Milats, there was no evidence and no witnesses. The police therefore couldn't get a warrant to search any of the Milat homes. The only course of action they could take was to keep Ivan Milat under surveillance.
We looked at all members of the Milat family. What we found was that Ivan was the only person who had an opportunity on every occasion. The other brothers all had alibis on at least a number of occasions.
A year later, a bushwalker found the skeletal remains of two more bodies. They were later identified as missing Australians Deborah Everest and James Gibson. As with Clark and Walters, they had both been killed by multiple stab wounds and their bodies covered up with debris. A serial killer was at large.
The pattern at each scene was quite similar. What we found was that their personal clothing or luggage, their backpacks and that, were taken. We found that in most cases, both a knife and firearms had been used to commit the murders. A number of people had been both stabbed and shot. You have found indications that the victims had been tied up in some fashion, and that was a common pattern.
Police suspected there were more bodies to be found. One of the biggest searches in Australia's history had begun.
We wanted to make sure that when we did the forest this time, there was nothing left unchecked. The search was limited by natural barriers and boundaries. For example, some fire trails led to a gorge, which are several hundred feet down, so that we couldn't go any further than that. Others took us to roadways and other natural barriers so that we could say, with some degree of comfort, that the whole of the forest, for practical purposes, had been searched.
Over 300 police officers searched 78 kilometres of fire track in the Belangolo State Forest, often on their hands and knees, as they pushed their way through the dense terrain. Within a month, the remains of a further 3 victims had been found, bringing the total to 7. Simone Schmiedel, Gabor Neugebauer and Anja Habschied were finally found dead. Some victims were bludgeoned, some were strangled, others were shot and stabbed. Many were sexually assaulted, one was decapitated. The more Milat killed, the more ferocious the assaults became.
What we found was that the crime scenes tended to get a bit larger, that there appeared to have been more activity at each scene, that the murders themselves became more sophisticated and more ritualistic, and more time was being spent at the scene by the murderer.
In November 1993, the police appealed to the public for help in tracking down this brutal killer. They received 5,119 calls. One of the calls was from British backpacker Paul Onions, the man who had been robbed but managed to get away with his life. He saw in the newspaper that the remains of Clark and Walters had been found in the Belangolo State Forest, the same place he'd been attacked years earlier. He was flown to Australia and positively identified his attacker, Ivan Milat.
With that identification, we found a lot of other corroborative evidence that we could use. For example, we had found that Ivan was available, if you like, was not at work on any of the dates when the murders or abductions took place. We had conducted very extensive inquiries into the weapons that were being purchased and the bullets that had been used.
The police now had sufficient evidence to arrest Ivan Milat for the attempted murder of Paul Onions and were able to get the search warrant they so desperately needed. They planned to search not only Ivan Milat's house but also the houses of his family. This was the only way to find out if he worked alone or if someone else had joined him on his sadistic rampage. Ivan Milat gained immense pleasure from the stalking, entrapment and killing of his victims. His prey, young backpackers alone on a deserted highway. After months of close surveillance, the police finally got a search warrant and raided Milat's home on the 22nd of May 1994. Sydney journalist Neil Mercer closely followed the case.
When the police raided Ivan's house, they found a treasure trove of evidence. There were backpacks, there were tents, there were cooking sets that had belonged to some of the backpackers, there were cameras, there were all sorts of things that they could trace back to individual backpackers.
Police also raided the houses of other members of the Milat family. Here they found a huge amount of ammunition, an arsenal of weapons, and rope and cable ties that were identical to those found at the murder scenes.
Items were found in almost every house that related to the murder, one way or another. And also, in every occasion, the people who had possession of that property pointed the finger at Ivan as being the source of it.
Milat, like so many other sexually sadistic serial killers, was a compulsive trophy taker, retaining clothing and other personal items so that he could use them later to relive his actions. These trophies would form a major part of the evidence that would later convict Milat.
These killers become very adept at concealing their weapons, but by the same token they want to keep them, so they're attached to them, and even though they're the thing that might lead to their conviction, they're not going to give them up.
Milat was finally in police custody, yet he maintained his innocence.
He, I believe, thought that he was still in charge and in control, and I don't think that at that stage he believed he was going to get charged. He's never admitted to anything.
Well, it's often said that the reason that offenders like this don't confess is because they want to keep their fantasies and the events to themselves so that they can enjoy their imagination.
Ivan Milat did not conform to the usual serial killer profiles. Most serial killers do not murder both sexes, and very rarely do they kill more than one victim at a time. Milat has never spoken publicly about his crimes, so experts can only theorize about what turned him into such a brutal and remorseless killer. According to forensic psychiatrist Rod Milton, Milat must have been motivated by power.
Well, he did it, number one, because it was enjoyable for him to do that, and he perceived it as satisfying some emotional need that wasn't being satisfied in any other way. And he also did it because he lacked the internal prohibitions that would have prevented other people from causing such suffering.
A life of petty crime had transcended into rape and eventually murder, suggesting that maybe he was intrinsically evil. But it could equally be argued that events in his life had provided the catalyst for his murderous actions.
There was no suggestion that there was a particular part of his brain, if you like, driving him to commit these crimes. This was about Ivan being in control. I think his satisfaction was about, I've gained their confidence, now I've gained control of them, and I'm now going to exert that control. And that was a progressive thing through from the abduction through to the actual murders. The amount of wounds from knives and bullets that were inflicted on the victims shows that it was not just a matter of killing them, that there was a satisfaction to be derived from the continual inflicting of harm and injury on the victims.
I would say he was more than twisted, he was definitely gone. Everybody in the family, a few of my brothers said, well, maybe there's something wrong with me. There was definitely something wrong with him.
And one of the interesting things about Ivan Milat is if you look at the period of the serial killings, it's a period, it starts just after he breaks up with his wife, and then another relationship with a second woman also fails. He then kills the first two young backpackers, and the killing only stops some years later when he enters into a relationship.
Australia's biggest ever murder trial began in March 1996. Ivan Milat pleaded not guilty to all charges. The parents of all the victims were in attendance.
I was looking at this man every day, and I couldn't bring myself to believe that such an insignificant little man could have wrought such horror and misery on so many people.
Milat's defence lawyer was Terry Martin. He was faced with a difficult task. His client was denying any involvement in the crimes he had been charged with.
His instructions were that he did not do it. And as I say, it goes from there though, if he didn't do it, then someone terribly close to him must have. We were permitted to conduct ourselves in the way that we did do, which was the proper way to do it, and see whether or not anyone in the family or associated with the family may have been in the frame rather than Ivan Milat, and thereby create the doubt that it was Ivan Milat.
But we found no evidence of a second person. He was the one who gave the property to friends and relatives to wear. He was the one who had control of the type of bullets that we knew were used, and his house itself, is fair to say, it was like an Aladdin's gold mine when you searched it for the amount of property that was around him. And I think that reflects very much on his attitude of, I'm in control, I'm in charge, and he gets his satisfaction in a variety of ways. But also, I think he was such a control freak that there's no way he would have wanted to share what he saw as his glory and satisfaction with another person.
There were various pieces of vital evidence directly related to Caroline Clark, Milat's last victim. The prosecutor in the case was Mark Tedeschi.
There was some rope that was found at Ivan's home in a bag, in a pillowcase actually. There was some blood on this rope. And this blood was analysed, and this English forensic scientist was able to say that the blood from the rope was the kind of blood that you would expect from a child of these two parents.
It was nice that we, Jackie and myself, were able to do something which assisted in, confirming his guilt.
Police also found parts of one of the murder weapons hidden in the wall cavity in Ivan Milat's home.
They could conclusively show by ballistics evidence that it was one of the two weapons that had been used at two of the death scenes. Ivan's response to that was, "I know nothing about this weapon." Even though it was painted with camouflage paint, and there were a whole lot of other weapons of guns that he acknowledged were his, painted with exactly the same kind of camouflage paint.
One item Milat didn't hide was a framed photograph of his girlfriend wearing a distinctive Benetton top. A top that had been owned by Caroline Clark. Her mother Jackie remembers it well.
She bought it when we were still living down south, and it was one of her favourite garments. She was always wearing it, and obviously went with her to Australia.
His removing parts of clothing and I think a rucksack and perhaps other possessions is characteristic of this kind of offender, and to give it to a girlfriend is also characteristic. The hunter who goes out and kills some creature in the bush and then has the head stuffed and puts it over the mantelpiece, and every time he sees it he thinks, what a great man I am to have killed this wild beast.
Ivan was so confident that he would be cleared of all charges that he actually chose to take the stand.
I can't say that that was the wrong choice, because if he did not, there's overwhelming evidence there against him calling for an explanation. The jury would want to hear an explanation saying, why have you got all of that property at your house? Tell us about it. I think he presented himself in a poorer light, unfortunately. Well, it certainly didn't help him.
There was one moment where he was being asked about rubber gloves that had been found at his house. And it was towards the end of the day. It had been a very long cross-examination. And just before 4 o'clock, just before the court's about to rise, Tedeschi asked him a question about the gloves and the forest, and Milat blurted out, "I never wore no..." And he stopped.
And you could have heard a pin drop in the courtroom. It was a magical moment. And Tedeschi sort of went on and said, "Do you mean you didn't wear them in the forest?" And then turned to the judge and said, and to the jury, and said, "I think that would be a good moment to adjourn for the day." And so this was left hanging with the jurors overnight. That was the moment that if anybody had doubted the man's guilt, there was something about that moment that said, yes, you did it.
That, coupled with the physical evidence they had, the ballistics, the blood, the DNA, it made for a pretty compelling case.
Ivan Milat was found guilty and was sentenced to spend the rest of his natural life in prison for the 7 counts of murder, and to an additional 6 years for the attempted abduction of Paul Onions. To this date, Milat still hasn't admitted his guilt.
The jail he's in Goulburn, it's a special jail, and it's a prison built inside a prison. What's he going to do in there? I don't know. I don't really care. It's his fault for landing in there.
According to his younger brother George, Ivan only ever confided in his mother.
Mum didn't want to believe this one, but she had doubts, and so did all of us. He's been in trouble all his life.
Before her death in 2001, she went to visit Ivan in prison to seek the truth.
And then next time she went there, I asked, "Did he tell you," looking across the table, "did he tell you anything that you did not want to hear?" We looked at each other and he said, he admitted it. He's not going to admit it publicly. Now she's gone, but she knew the truth before she went.
There's occasional outbreaks of Ivan Milat is innocent, but I just think that's rubbish. I think if you look at all the evidence, if you read the transcript, if you look at the exhibits, where they were found, and Milat's answers in court, there is no doubt that he's the man who killed those 7 people.
Police have good reason to believe that Ivan Milat is responsible for more than just these murders.
But I believe it's in the stage of 28 to 29.
I think the general view is that there are probably about 3 or 4 other murders that we know about that Ivan did, but for which there is simply not enough evidence to charge him.
A plaque now stands as a memorial to the 7 young people that lost their lives in this forest. It remains a symbol of their young spirit.
We went out to the site and saw where the girls were found, and it was something that we had to do. Sorry. No, I'm just happy that he was caught, convicted, and is put away, and is going to stay there for the rest of his natural life.
The knowledge that the killer will never be released is scant consolation for the victims' families. No consolation for a young life lost.
I miss her. And still find family celebrations difficult because there's always somebody missing, you know, you're not complete.
Would she have married? Would she have had children? Sad.
Jeffrey Dahmer murdered 17 young men over 13 years. He would cut open his victims for his own sexual pleasure, preserve their severed body parts, and towards the end eat their thighs, biceps and hearts. But how did this once apparently innocent child turn into one of the world's most gruesome serial killers? Did circumstance drive Dahmer to carnage and cannibalism, or was he born to kill? Jeffrey Dahmer was one of the most infamous serial killers of modern times. His name is synonymous with mutilation, necrophilia, and cannibalism.
You think of the crimes that he committed, they're so horrific that you kind of think only a madman or somebody totally evil incarnate would do this. But when you talked with Jeff Dahmer, you just did not get this idea. He could be engaging, he could be bright, witty, he could make jokes. He was able to fool a lot of people.
People that worked with him had no idea that he was a violent man. This was part of the real danger of Jeffrey Dahmer. He could join you or me at lunch and no one would detect that he was a violent person.
Jeffrey Dahmer on the surface was not an abnormal appearing individual. He was fairly good looking, he was well spoken, he was articulate.
Never in a million years would I have guessed a homicidal maniac.
To me, he's always been really a tragic figure, which is kind of hard for a lot of people to understand. But I don't really think of him as, you know, the serial killer monster. I just think of him as this kid who was spiraling out of control and nobody stopped him.
Jeffrey Dahmer grew up in the small rural town of Bath, Ohio, a middle-class boy from Middle America. Robert Ressler, an FBI behavioral analyst and the man responsible for coining the phrase serial killers, was called in to interview Dahmer. His years of experience interviewing serial killers such as John Wayne Gacy gave him a unique insight into Dahmer's mind.
There is no evidence with Jeffrey Dahmer of any severe mistreatment or abuse in his childhood. His mother had a mental problem. She was depressed most of the time. She slept a lot and dropped out of family activities. The father was a PhD chemist and a very busy and very intelligent man who spent a great deal of his time at work.
Pat Kennedy worked the beat in Milwaukee for over 25 years. Back in the summer of 1991, he was assigned to the Jeffrey Dahmer case and spent 6 long weeks with him. He knew him better than most.
He was a product of upper white middle class. He was educated. He came from a family of means.
Yet the fractures in his parents' relationship left a young Jeffrey feeling isolated. His interests turned to animals. He viewed them very differently to how most children look upon their pets.
He stated when he was a very young child, 7 or 8, he had found a decomposed squirrel. And the bones were there. He kind of took it apart. He said that he found a roadkill and he wanted to see what was inside it, like a raccoon or a dog. He brought that home. A dead dog that he found on the side of the road was hit by a car, cut that open and looked at the insides of that.
Jeffrey started to do this from a very young age. He would roam the surrounding countryside looking for roadkill to add to his growing macabre collection. His fascination with bones would continue into his adulthood, but he would eventually move from animals to humans.
As he got to be about 13 or 14 and he was coming into his sexual awareness, that he had some kissing with another boy in the neighborhood, and he realized that he was attracted to boys. Becoming aroused sexually, and the cutting up of these animals somehow became enmeshed. So what he did as a young man with animals, he eventually did do later on in life with human beings.
John Backdurf first met Jeffrey Dahmer when they were at school together, here at the Revere High School in the mid-70s. John, professionally known as Durf, has since created a comic book illustrating his teenage years with Dahmer.
Dahmer? Well, he had a pretty rough time here, as did a lot of us. You know, he was a constant victim of harassment and abuse. He was beat up a lot, especially early on. Later, you know, they sort of got bored with him, but early on, I imagine he had it pretty tough.
Dahmer discussed his childhood at length with Robert Ressler. This is the first time these recordings have ever been heard.
I was up visiting a friend's house, walking back home in the evening, and I saw these 3 seniors from high school approaching me in the darkness. And I just had a feeling that something was going to happen. Sure enough, one of them took up a billy club and whacked me on the back of the neck.
When we got to high school, it was when suddenly he became this incredible freak, you know, with the drinking and erratic behavior.
By this time, Dahmer had discovered that drinking was one way to dull the pain of his confusion over his sexuality and his sinister fantasies.
Did you have problems with daydreaming where you didn't concentrate in school?
Well, in junior year, that's when I started drinking, so that was a problem. Yeah.
Were you ever called on the carpet for that?
A couple times.
Yeah. Did you have problems as a result of that?
I was punished for it.
Yeah.
Obviously, someone getting drunk at 7 in the morning is not a good thing. Showing up at school just reeking of booze.
Jeffrey was a lonely teenager who kept to himself. When he did become the center of attention, it was accidental.
Well, I was on the yearbook staff along with a couple other of my friends. So we would goad Dahmer into sneaking into various photos for the yearbook, and one of those was the National Honor Society, which obviously he was not a member of. And when the advisor caught a look of it as we were pasting it up, he blacked his face out of the photo, which they then ran, which is sort of a symbol of his wasted youth. Just this blacked out face, you know, the boy who didn't exist.
Jeffrey's complex character meant that whilst seemingly happy to fade into the shadows, he also felt a desperate need to draw attention to himself.
A bunch of us got together and put a pool in of $35, I think it was, for him to put on a performance at the mall of his seizures and epileptic fits and various acts of weirdness.
Durf also remembers stories of Dahmer experimenting with animals. His odd behaviour was evident one fishing trip.
Pulled a fish out of the lake, just a little sunfish, and took out a pocket knife and slashed it to bits. And my other friend said, "What the hell did you do that for?" And Dahmer responded, "I just wanted to see what it looked like."
As a teenager, as an extension of his childhood fascination of dead animals, Dahmer began to construct fantasies of sex with dead or unconscious men.
Dahmer told me that on one occasion he had seen in the newspaper an account of a young man who was killed on a motorcycle. And he fell in love with the individual just from the photograph. He actually went to the funeral home to view the corpse, but he became so aroused that he excused himself into the bathroom where he masturbated.
This was also apparent in his fantasy of killing a local jogger.
He thought he would wait in the bushes with a baseball bat. This guy would come by and he'd bonk him in the head and he'd have this guy. And he actually said he went out and waited for the jogger one day with a baseball bat, but he didn't come by that day.
The breakdown of his parents' marriage meant that 18-year-old Dahmer was left alone with his fantasies.
His mom split, and his dad had already left, and he was left alone in the house. But the adults really failed him, there's no question. His parents, his teachers.
Were you pretty upset by that breakup?
I knew it was inevitable.
Yeah.
It was pretty obvious. Yeah, I was upset.
Yeah.
Depressed.
Yeah.
Nothing to do.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was this that led to the death of his first victim.
Dahmer told me that one fantasy that he had was that he would encounter a hitchhiker, and he would have a narrow waist, broad shoulders, a bare chest. He would not have a shirt on, and he would have very little hair on his body. He would pick up this hitchhiker, and that they would have a great time together and all sorts of sexual adventures. He was driving down the road, and he saw his fantasy hitchhiker.
The subject of Dahmer's fantasy was 16-year-old Stephen Hicks. Hicks was a free spirit who was hitchhiking to a summer festival. This was a common form of transport in 1970s Ohio. Little did Hicks know who he would encounter in this car.
He brought the guy home. They had access to alcohol. They were drinking, they got a little intoxicated. But when the guy wanted to leave, Jeff did not want him to leave. He wanted him to stay because he was lonely and also he was intoxicated. He said that when he tried to stop the guy from leaving, a little bit of a wrestling match broke out. And as they were wrestling around, that's when Jeff grabbed the hand barbell and smashed the guy on the head. Now he said when he hit him, he wasn't thinking, I'm gonna kill this guy, I just want to keep him here.
Dahmer cut the body up and placed it in black bin liners. He loaded them into his car and was planning to dispose of them when he was stopped by a police officer for a minor traffic offense.
As he was writing him a ticket and came back to give him the ticket for crossing the yellow center line, he, like any police officer, he took his flashlight and flashed inside the car to see if there's any weapons or any contraband, like any good cop. And he saw the 5 bags. And the guy actually said, hey, what's that back there? And he said, oh, that's just some trash I was going to take to the dump, but I just didn't get there yet. And the cop gave him the ticket for crossing the center line and left.
This was the first of the many missed opportunities when Dahmer could have been stopped.
This is Dahmer's house. This is where he killed his first victim. He took it into this crawl space and apparently stripped the flesh off the bones underneath there. And when the cops went in there, turned this light on and the whole thing lit up. ceiling, floor, walls, everywhere, just covered in dried blood.
He then smashed the bones up with a sledgehammer, stood in the middle of the woods, and spun in a 360-degree circle, throwing the remains as he turned.
He said for the next couple of weeks he'd read the paper every day to see was there anything about this guy missing or anything. Never did. So he realized, I got away with murder. I killed somebody and nobody knows about it. I'm gay and nobody knows about it. Again, from the very beginning, more secrecy became part of his life. It also tortured him. And that's kind of how it started, and then it just grew from there.
It would be 9 years before Dahmer would kill again. Once he did, he would be unable to stop. Jeffrey Dahmer began to drink heavily after enrolling in college. His attempt to lead a normal life was not going according to plan.
After he had flunked out of Ohio State for being drunk and then got kicked out of the Army, he had a short stint down in Florida. It didn't last very long.
With no job and no skills, but consumed with a desire to kill again, Dahmer went to live with his grandmother in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, trying to find solace in religion.
And he said when he first came to West Dallas, he would go with Grandma to church on Sundays. He tried to read the Bible. He totally didn't do anything homosexual. He didn't try to get involved with any kind of gay stuff. He said he really thought, this is the way to go. Religion is going to be my savior.
For a while, Dahmer was able to control his urges. However, this proved to be the calm before the storm.
An interesting thing that tipped the balance for him was he was at the Wauwatosa Library. As he was sitting there reading a book, a young man walked by him and threw a crumpled up piece of paper in front of him and walked by. And Jeff took it, opened it up, and inside it said, if you want a blowjob, meet me in the men's room.
Do you think that note-throwing thing was kind of a catalyst, kind of a trip-off?
It seems that way to me. Because that's when everything started falling apart again.
What did that mean to you? I mean, this thing.
It just was just sitting there sort of throwing out a challenge to whoever, and sure enough, it started falling apart.
You didn't follow the guy.
I didn't.
You didn't meet up with him.
He said that set the stage for seeking more contact from a sexual side with young men, and that led to homicide, and that went on 17 more times.
Incapable of relating to people, but desperate for his own brand of necrophilic sexual contact, in 1985, Dahmer started to hang out in gay bathhouses, where he would take his partner to a cubicle and drug them.
He was a very selfish lover. He wanted to be the giver. He did not want to be the receiver of homosexual sex. Actually, he enjoyed oral and anal sex, but did not want anyone to perform anal sex on him.
Sex for Dahmer was a matter of obtaining and exercising physical control of his partner. But when word got around that he was drugging young men, he was banned from the local homosexual hangouts, so resorted to using hotels.
Jeff met an individual at a tavern and convinced him to come back where he had a room here at the Ambassador Hotel. And he brought the gentleman back to his hotel, drugged him with the drug-alcohol combination. And then Jeff himself, according to, he blacked out. When he woke up in the morning, this person was lying next to him dead, and was beaten about the face and the chest and the body. And Jeff figured that he did kill him, but he didn't. He couldn't remember doing it because he was in an alcoholic blackout.
He went to a department store across the street, and he bought a very large suitcase, or a small trunk, if you will, and brought it up to the room and put the body in it, and actually had the hotel busboy help him bring the body down to the street where he hailed a cab. The cab driver helped him load it into the cab and said to Dahmer, "This is really heavy, buddy. What do you got in here, a body?" And Dahmer said, "Yeah, I do," and they both laughed about it.
After the ambassador one, did you find that pleasurable, or was that equally frightening? Yeah. For what reason was that one frightening?
Because it was a totally unplanned, it was a total surprise to me that it happened.
That it happened, yeah.
For the people of Milwaukee, it was just the beginning of a killing spree that would last 5 years. District Attorney Michael McCann remembers the time well.
Dahmer killed 16 young men between 1987 and 1991. We had no idea that a serial slayer was operating in our city.
From this moment onwards, Dahmer continued to kill. Sometimes there would be months, weeks, or even just days between his killings. After already killing 4 men in August 1988, Dahmer made a fatal mistake. His 5th victim escaped. The police were called, and Dahmer was arrested for molesting and taking photographs of a 13-year-old boy. With the police and the court unaware of his grisly death toll, he was sentenced to do only 12 months in a low-security prison. His defense lawyer was Gerald Boyle.
He had to spend first year in a very, very uncomfortable environment of the county jail, where he could only get out to go to work, a very hard way to serve time. So the judge gave him this very strong sentence, but nobody could guess. He had already killed 4 people by that time.
Dahmer's sentence was reduced after he made a desperate plea to the court, stating that what he did was deplorable and assuring the judge that it would never happen again. But it soon would. Dahmer needed to get his own place. He moved from his grandmother's house to flat 213 Oxford Apartments.
So here's the building where it used to be, and now the city has done nothing with this. Absolutely nothing. It just sits there fallow. Now the building was in this design. It was a rectangle, 3-story, white stucco, 36-unit apartment.
Behind this door was a place for Dahmer to fulfill his fantasies and commit horrendous acts on others, a place of death and destruction. He would pick up many of his victims from gay bars.
This area here is pretty much where kind of the gay area kind of starts. This place right here, 219, was the place he liked to go for the, they would have the drag shows. And right next to it, C'est La Vie was another one of his favorites. As we go this way, there's a couple. Now, he was considered kind of a honey. I mean, he was a nice-looking guy. I mean, people thought he was nice-looking, and like I said, I wish I could be as lucky with women as this guy was with men. I mean, he got laid a lot. And he didn't kill everybody that he was sexually involved with.
Local bartender Tony Timer remembers Dahmer well.
Come to the back bar, and he'd order a drink, and he'd get a drink, and he'd go and he'd sit in the corner. He was in his own little world, or like he was always waiting for something, which obviously he was. Now, you know.
It was here that Dahmer met Tony's good friend, Eddie Smith.
Eddie was such a wild, crazy person, so you couldn't help but like him, which, you know, Dahmer did. And so they knew each other real well, you know, well enough to make him comfortable enough to go into a house and take photographs.
Eddie dreamt of becoming a model, and Dahmer knew all the right things to say. At $100 a session, it was easy money.
Eddie would be sitting at the bar, and all of a sudden, you know, sometimes he would turn around and say, I gotta go, gotta make some money. And I'm like, where are you going? And he'd just turn around and look towards the hallway, and I'd see Jeffrey standing right there. And I'm like, oh, you're going. Okay. Well, call me when you're whatever, you know.
On Wednesday, the 24th of June, 1990, Eddie met up with Dahmer and was seen dancing with him at the Phoenix Club.
He just left with Dahmer and never came back.
It was only at the trial years later that Tony realized that the same quiet man who used to drink at the end of his bar was the same man who had brutally murdered his friend.
The community was shattered, you know, I mean, people stopped coming out. That blew my life apart. It didn't just affect my life.
But it wasn't just the gay community that Dahmer targeted. He was an opportunistic killer who was always on the lookout for potential prey.
One of his victims was in the bus stop right here. Right up here is a young man from Upper Michigan who was just down here visiting. And Jeff Dahmer met him in the bus stop right over there in front of that McDonald's and convinced him to come home with him. And that was the end of that guy.
Some of the men that he victimized were homosexual, some were not. He would approach them and suggest that he'd like to take pictures of them when they come to his apartment. He had already prepared at that apartment a drug that he would induce them to drink.
He said once he snapped the lock on the door and the person was in his apartment, he seemed to become more aggressive, more powerful. It was almost like a psychological transformation, and he became more sexually aroused.
He would lay listening to their heart, and he trained himself to learn when they were coming out of the drug-induced coma by their breathing, because it would start to get kind of sharp and short from the long breathing of a drug-induced. And that's when he knew it was time to kill them.
He would then perform oral sex on them before strangling and dismembering them, and often keeping his favourite body parts around his flat for days on end.
Sometimes he would have sex with the individual as they were unconscious, but always after they were dead as well. So I mean, it became, I think the preference was for the dead person, because that way he didn't have to deal with conversation, he didn't have to deal with denials or rejections. It was strictly on his own turf at that time. He had all of his victims back at his apartment where he would be able to enjoy himself by going through the rituals that he needed to perform. Acts of sexual activity combined with destruction of the bodies.
He would come back from work and make love with the dead body. He would sleep with it. He would lie with it. He would rub it and have sex with it.
He was just very, very enamored with the concept of opening a body, seeing the internal organs spill forth, and several of the bodies he would put in his bathtub and pack with ice in midweek because he had to work the next day, so he could keep them for the weekend where he'd have more time to enjoy himself with these bodies. He said to do that he'd have to shower with cold water so he wouldn't melt the ice. It was uncomfortable, it was well worth it.
One way to understand Dahmer's obscure fantasy world is to talk to someone who shares Dahmer's interest in death and bodies. Nico Klaus is better known as the Vampire of Paris. A convicted cannibal and murderer, Klaus killed a man in cold blood in October 1994. He served just 7 years in prison and is now free to walk the streets.
So I can really relate to somebody like him. I can understand what went through his mind and what his obsessions were. He was really concerned with the aesthetics of death, how beautiful they looked like in his eye. This is why he took photographs of his victims. He would pose them in twisted positions.
Yeah, what was the idea of the posing there?
It was just a way to exhibit control, the way I wanted them to look, and to accentuate the physique.
Keeping these photographs then was important to you as well.
I'd use them for masturbation.
Yeah, and you had a lot of them.
It continued on and grew in momentum, that the passions and the lust became stronger. His want to look for this perfect orgasm, I guess you could call it. He had to do more and more things in order to have this satisfying orgasm. It just started with having pornographic homosexual sex, and then actually having homosexual sex with people in the baths, and then having sex and killing, and then having sex with dead people, and then having sex with the viscera, and then actually eating the people that he had sex with to get this superb orgasmic experience.
How does a human being get to the point that they can only eat the flesh of another? Only another cannibal can truly know. Nico was working as a mortuary assistant at a Parisian morgue when he tried human flesh for the first time.
There is a state of euphoria right after you have done it. You really feel on a big high, and you are like on the top of a mountain.
During dismemberment, I saved heart, muscle meat from thigh, arm, bicep, yeah, liver. Cut it into small pieces, washed it off, put it in these clear plastic freezer bags, and put them in my floor freezer. Just as an escalation, trying something new to satisfy. And I would cook it, and then look at the picture and masturbate afterwards.
Afterwards? Did that have any positive effect to that ritual?
It
satisfying?
It made it feel like they were more part of me.
What he did was he bought an adaptable grill to put on his gas stove. We found this, and he said he would just kind of sear it on both sides with a little oil. He did add some condiments to it, some vegetables and mushrooms and onions. And towards the end there, that was the month before we caught him, pretty much the only meat that he ate was human.
Flesh tastes like horse meat in my experience, but of course it depends on the part that you eat.
Ultimately, Dahmer wanted a partner he could completely control, dead or alive.
He began fantasizing that he could make things much better for himself by creating a sex zombie. And the sex zombie, he thought, would stay with him, and all the time he would not have to murder anymore.
I wasn't getting the satisfaction from having to kill people. So I took it to a new level. I had a hand drill that I used for normal things like installing my alarm system and everything. Drills a small bore with a skull very quickly. And with a large syringe, I filled that up with resin, injected it into it.
Filled it?
Yeah, injected it into the front lobes, hoping to produce a zombie-like state.
He was not interested in having a relationship with a willing victim. He wanted total control over a human body and do whatever he wanted.
He had met 14-year-old Konarak Synthosymphony in the Mal when he tried out his new drilling technique, but he made the mistake of leaving him alone.
I saw him sitting on the sidewalk. Two girls were with him. They called the police. They had to think of a story quickly. They told him that he was a friend who gets drunk. He was not wanting to go back, so one officer grabbed him by this arm, another officer grabbed him on the other arm, and they walked him up to the apartment. And they left. That's when I gave him a second GP.
Right away? And how long did it take from the guy?
And that was
immediate.
Yet again, like many before them, the police were taken in by the courteous Dr. Jekyll side of Jeffrey Dahmer's personality. But with the bodies piling up and a pungent smell emanating from his apartment, it wouldn't be long before he would start drawing attention to himself.
Jeff said that this was a continual problem, the smell, that his neighbors, the building supervisor complained about the smell.
Sir Pacliber Princewill was in charge of Dahmer's apartment building and had to deal with the complaints.
Somebody told me that it is coming from his apartment. And so I had to call him and ask him, what's going on? Can't he clean up or what?
How did that go?
I'd either blame it on the freezer or the fish tank.
He said he almost passed out. What was in that?
3 headless torsos.
Yeah.
Stripped of flesh.
The man who brought an end to Dahmer's reign of terror was 32-year-old Tracy Edwards, who after escaping from Dahmer was running down a street with a pair of handcuffs on one wrist when he managed to flag down a passing police car.
Had the officer been able to unleash that handcuff, that may have been the end of it. So they went back to Dahmer's residence.
Jeff opened the door. They said who they were and what they wanted, but Jeff didn't have the key for the handcuff because the way he got the handcuffs back from his victims was by cutting off their hands.
When they entered the apartment, one of the officers saw some pictures in a bedroom of a skinning of a human being, looked at the pictures, was surprised, then looked around the room and realized he was in the very room where those pictures had been taken. He yelled out to his partner, "Grab him."
When I arrived, I saw Dahmer was arrested on the ground, handcuffed, and I was told by the officers to look in the refrigerator. At this time, when I did open up the refrigerator, what I found in there was an empty refrigerator with a cardboard box containing a freshly severed head of a black male. The eyes and the mouth were open. It should be stated that the interior of the refrigerator was immaculately clean. In the back was a box of Arm & Hammer baking soda, and on the side were condiments, mustard, ketchup, A1 sauce. And I felt fear from the bottom of my feet all the way to the top of my head. You can't make sense of anything that looks so bizarre.
Dahmer's killing spree was finally brought to an end. What was motivating Jeffrey Dahmer to kill, dismember, and eat his victims? Was he sane or insane? Jeffrey Dahmer was just 18 years old when he took the life of his first victim. 9 years later, he was driven to kill again. It was after this that the killings escalated. He continued to kill, and for years he got away with murder. No one suspected the mild-mannered, good-looking, middle-class boy of any further wrongdoing.
In a long list of these, I mentioned the judge that commuted his sentence, the first police officer that let him go in Ohio. When he first got out, he was on probation, but not once during his entire time of being on probation did a probation officer come to his apartment, much less make a surprise visit to his apartment. Also, he was under court order to see a psychologist every month. And some of the days, he had just killed somebody over the weekend and chopped them up and threw them away, and then he was sitting in talking to the psychologist, putting on a front and being cleared to go.
This time was different. They had him in custody, and they weren't about to let him out of their sight. Knowing that it was all finally over, Dahmer signed away his rights to an attorney. From midnight into the early hours of the next morning, he started unveiling the wicked truth behind his evil acts.
He didn't tell us about eating people right away. In the freezer part of the refrigerator, they found individually wrapped and prepared body parts: the thigh, bicep, heart, liver.
As Kennedy continued his interrogation, the most pertinent question was why.
There was mental illness in his family, and that's not a stigma. I mean, a lot of our families have mental illnesses. The fact that there was a lot of arguing going on between his mom and dad and when he was growing up. The fact that he felt abandoned. I mean, all these things together, could they produce? Who knows?
Had his desertion as a teenager left Jeffrey with a fear of abandonment that affected his adult life?
We had discussions about love, because I said, Jeff, why don't you just have a regular boyfriend, you know? I mean, and then you wouldn't have to kill these people. He said, people always left. I could never get anyone to stay with me. So I saw that the only way I can keep them with me was by killing them. But by actually eating the person, that this young man actually became part of Jeff Dahmer.
Dahmer did state that he was, there was not a victim of his crimes that he did not personally love and would like to have stayed with on a permanent level. It all boiled down to the same routine. When they were going to leave, that's when they died.
Even Dahmer himself can't provide an explanation.
What do you account to the fact that you were getting into this so often?
The fact that I was desperately trying to make it so satisfied, but it never did completely.
But was it just a simple case of not being able to find what he was looking for?
You met somebody who consensually would set up a living arrangement with you. Would you have abandoned then the procedure that you stayed with?
The person would have had to be totally compliant, willing to do whatever I wanted. There's just aren't many people like that.
That's true.
There was never any doubt that Dahmer committed these heinous crimes. His 60-hour confession and the insurmountable evidence was to solve a complicated question. Was Dahmer sane or insane? If the court found Dahmer sane, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. If they judged him insane, he would go to a psychiatric hospital from which one day he could possibly be released. Prosecutor Michael McCann had a different approach to the trial.
We have in Wisconsin what's called a bifurcated trial. We use the same jury, but we do it sequentially. First, did he do the slayings? Secondly, was he sane or insane at the time? So the second part of the trial was the real issue. That went on for several weeks in this very courtroom.
Dahmer called on his old defense attorney, Gerald Boyle. Boyle felt his client had to be insane.
Killing didn't obviously mean anything to him. He had no conscience. So he was not going to be rehabilitated no matter who was working with him.
To the average person, killing and eating another human would not be considered a sane act. But according to Wisconsin's legal definition of sanity, if a person knows what they are doing is wrong but keeps doing it anyway, they are classified as sane.
Dahmer definitely knew what he was doing, but he didn't care. He justified what he was doing by his own standards. He knew what was against the law.
I think after you kill a certain number of people, you've lost all track of morality. You no longer feel constrained by the morals that bind most of us.
Dahmer sat emotionless during the verdict before the judge and the families of the victims he'd killed and dismembered. He was judged to be sane and sentenced to life imprisonment on the 17th of February 1992.
Someone asked me once, how many people do you have to kill and eat before you're insane in Milwaukee? I can say this, that everyone who knew Dahmer, and I think the most skilled psychiatrists, said Dahmer was sane. That is even more frightening than believing Dahmer was insane. I believe he was sane and tragically evil.
I felt that that was a just end for what he did. He needed to be removed from society forever, for the rest of his life. And I think that's what he should have got, and that's what he got.
Of course, we had 15 verdicts of guilty and 15 verdicts of sane while committing the crime. And then, of course, the sentence of the court was such that so long, 900 plus years, that he would never be released. When Dahmer went to the maximum security prison at Columbia, he came in contact with a minister or ministers and started reading the Bible and attending chapel there.
Faced with life imprisonment, Dahmer turned to religion once again for comfort and possible salvation. Eventually, he asked local Church of Christ minister Roy Radcliffe to come to the jail to baptize him.
After I agreed to baptize him, he heaved a deep sigh of relief because he was afraid that I would say, I can't baptize you because your sins are too grievous, your sins are too bad, your sins are unforgivable. Well, that violates everything I've ever believed, and I would never say that. Jesus Christ came to save sinners. Jeffrey Dahmer was a sinner, and it's as simple as that. It was our first Thanksgiving holiday that was coming up, and so he made a big deal about giving this card to me, and it was written out and so forth. He talked about how much he was grateful for all that I'd done for him and how thankful he was that I was in his life and I hadn't given up on him. The only emotion he ever had confessed to regarding his murders was love. It wasn't hatred at all. And I never saw a sense of malice or anger or hatred toward any of his victims at all.
In November 1993, 2 inmates were killed by delusional schizophrenic Christopher Scarver at the Columbia Correctional Institute. One was Jesse Anderson, the other was Jeffrey Dahmer.
Scarver got a piece of equipment off an exercise machine, crept up upon Dahmer and bludgeoned him to death, and then crossed a gymnasium and bludgeoned to death Anderson.
He knew that he was going to be killed if he asked for the general population. And talking to the investigators said that the gentleman that was killed with him, Jesse Anderson, had all kinds of defensive marks where he tried to stop Carver. But Jeff Dahmer had no defensive marks on him, that all his strikes were from the beginning, from the head. And a very interesting thing, what I thought was interesting, was he was killed with a hand barbell, which is the same instrument he used to kill his very first victim.
He was a young man that I felt a friendship toward, and I'd lost a friend, and so I was very much in shock and disbelief about it at first.
I felt somewhat sorry for the man being beaten to death by another inmate. Didn't seem right. Not supposed to be what happens in prison.
It did kind of shake me up a little bit. I don't know if this means I'm, not the macho guy I wanted to be, but I felt really conflicted about it. Because I had got to know him, I saw him as a very tragic figure. I guess I felt sad that he was dead because I don't believe anybody needs to die like that.
He died pretty brutally, but you can't say he didn't deserve it, but still. I think at that point it's probably a relief to him, I would think. That was no kind of life.
I was kind of elated. I was kind of happy. I'm like, well, good riddance. I'm glad it's over. That's the least he can do for me, for taking my friend. And he didn't deserve to live, not after that.
Jeffrey Dahmer was cremated immediately, although his brain was removed at the request of his mother. She wanted the brain studied because she's trying to offset the belief that Lionel had suggested that somehow his brain was deformed. About a year later, the scientist involved with the brain decides there's no abnormality with his brain.
Was Dahmer's behavior simply down to nurture? Was Dahmer not born to kill?
No, I don't think he was born like that. I think it's environmental. And I disagree. I think anybody who in a young age is the victim of abject loneliness is probably going to have serious problems in life of one nature or another.
Did he choose evil? Yes. Was he an evil person? I can't say, and I wouldn't say that about anybody, especially after I spent so much time with him and saw parts of him that were very much like you and me. He had cares and loves and feelings like anybody else. Did he have some? I personally thought he was crazy. You'd have to be crazy to do what he did.
I don't think Dahmer was born to kill. I think Dahmer had the benefits of a good family, a basically good family, a decent area in which to be raised, educational opportunities. He chose not to accept them.
Whatever factors led to Dahmer's path of destruction, it will take the city of Milwaukee a long time to return to normality.
He scarred the city. He's done something that will probably take generations to heal, but for some people it'll never heal.
Quite intelligent young girl.
Very devious.
Plodding through life in the 60s.
She was all for herself.
She's one evil so-and-so.
Innocent, vulnerable, in need of love and care and attention.
She's an evil cow.
She's got the devil in her. She's the devil itself.
Wasn't we lucky? Little ones that got away.
The crimes committed by Moore's murderer Myra Hindley shocked the nation. Hindley has been demonized as the most evil woman in Britain. With her lover Ian Brady, Hindley took part in the abduction, sexual abuse, torture and murder of 5 innocent children. She was sentenced to life imprisonment. Hindley's supporters claim that she would not have been capable of murder without the influence of Brady. With the help of criminal psychologist and forensic profiler David Holmes, we aim to delve into the mind of this infamous killer. Was Hindley indoctrinated into Ian Brady's murderous world, or was she quite simply born to kill?
When it comes to the born to kill argument, Myra Hindley is very interesting because she is actually reputed to have had a very normal childhood and then have met this very macabre, stranger who then transformed her life into one of evil. Now, that is a very simple story which requires further examination.
Myra Hindley died in prison on November the 15th, 2002, after serving 33 years. She was 60 years old. Myra and Ian might have carried on torturing, sexually assaulting and killing children if it had not been for one man, David Smith, and his confession at Hyde Police Station on October the 7th, 1965. David had witnessed Ian brutally murdering their fifth victim, Edward Evans.
The final murder they committed was that of Edward Evans. He was a teenager, and Brady and Hindley had met him on Central Station and persuaded him to come back to the house with them.
Myra said that Ian picked him up for gay sex. They brought Edward Evans back, and the next and most interesting thing about this death, and the thing that actually stops the whole cycle of killing, is that Ian told Myra to go and fetch David Smith.
David Smith had the reputation of being a neighbourhood hard man. He'd started dating Myra's sister, Maureen. They got married and moved to the nearby Hattersby estate, close to Ian and Myra. The four of them spent a lot of time together. David was impressed by Ian's right-wing views. Slowly he became indoctrinated into Ian's perverse view of life.
Myra went and brought David Smith and brought him back to the house, whereupon Edward Evans was murdered in a very, very brutal fashion. He was much bigger, it was much harder to kill him, there was blood everywhere. It was a very, very nasty death.
Brady had been grooming Myra's brother-in-law for several months and was confident he could trust the 17-year-old to not only keep a secret, but also to become actively involved in their murderous plans. But Brady miscalculated David.
Eventually, Edward Evans was killed, and his body was parcelled up and wrapped up. And they took him upstairs with great difficulty and locked him in a bedroom. How much David Smith was involved in the actual killing, he says not. But he said he had to do certain things because Ian was controlling it and forcing him to.
He said he had to do what he had to do, clean up and help Myra and Ian that night. And he had to help them to do everything to save his own neck. Then he went back home and told Maureen what happened.
With a large carving knife to protect them, they went down to the phone box and they phoned the police, and they stood in that phone box until the police arrived, and the pair of them were really, really terrified and horror-struck.
David Smith gave an account of what had happened on that evening. Myra wasn't present during the physical murder. She was actually in the kitchen. But she was certainly involved in the cleaning up of the house afterwards because, as you can imagine, there was an awful lot of blood. And I think it's fair to say that David Smith had certain views about her thoughts at the time. They were flippant remarks about blood and tissue around the room.
The crime scene of the murder of Edward Evans was a grossly blood-splattered affair, in the midst of which Myra Hindley was projecting herself as a laughing, gay, busy housewife, tidying up a normal domestic scene. She normalised what was grossly abnormal. For this particular scene, it helped her to distance herself from the reality, the horror of what she was engaging with.
David and Maureen's story was taken seriously by the police. 24 officers were called to Ian and Myra's house.
David Smith had warned them that there were guns on the premises. They decided that they would do this in a sort of undercover way. So when the knocker went and Myra Hindley answered the door, it was not a policeman on her doorstep, it was a breadman with a basket of bread loaves. Myra said, "We don't have bread." And then he said, "But I'm a policeman," and they went inside. The police insisted on searching the house, which they resisted, but eventually they, of course, had to accede, and the body of Edward Evans was found.
Little did they realise, but the police were about to stumble across one of Britain's most notorious criminal cases, the Moors murders.
Straight away, Ian Brady was arrested, but Myra Hindley was, having been questioned, she was allowed to go home. They didn't believe she was involved. However, because of David Smith's insistence that there were probably more murders involved, the police continued to investigate, and they searched the house very thoroughly. They actually found a list of, which Ian said was the planning for a robbery, and it had enigmatic initials on it, and one of them was PB. And eventually, down the spine of a prayer book, they found a ticket for a left luggage office at a station in Manchester. And they found out which one it was and claimed a suitcase back.
Majority of serial killers take some form of trophy of their crimes away for them. It can be rings, or it can be jewellery, or it can be a hair.
And it was in this suitcase that they found all the photographs and the tapes of Leslie Ann Downey's last few minutes on Earth.
Brady and Hindley were not unusual. They had tape recordings of the torture and the murder and the pleadings of Leslie Ann Downey.
10-year-old Leslie Ann Downey had mysteriously gone missing from the area 6 months earlier. David Smith told the police that Ian had joked about burying children on the moors.
Eventually, with the use of the photographs that had been taken of Myra with her dog and Ian up on the moors, they managed to actually find a place where they thought that they might fruitfully start digging for bodies. Myra was arrested and charged a few days after Ian. Her dog, Puppet, was also taken into custody because the police knew that if they could establish the age of the dog, they would be able to establish when some of these photographs were actually taken. A vet put the dog under a general anaesthetic and was trying to establish the age from its teeth. And tragically, Puppet died, and Myra Hindley was heard to scream around the police station, "Murderers!"
As a result of the tip-off that they were digging on the moors, I was a very young reporter, and my job was to drive around at night in the hope that I might see police digging. Saddleworth Moor is quite an eerie place at the best of times, but to be up there in the early hours, in the dark, knowing that there could be, at that stage, could be children buried out there was quite weird. Quite frightening, really, looking back.
There was a whole cavalcade of press parked down the hill and not allowed to get near. And they tried to do as much of it as they could under cover of sort of dawn and dusk, but it was very difficult because you have to have light on the moors. The moors are vast and spooky places.
Police believed that the bodies of 4 missing children might have been buried on the moors. Their fears were well-founded. On the 10th of October 1965, the body of Leslie Ann Downey was discovered. 11 days later, the body of 12-year-old John Kilbride was also uncovered. John had disappeared without a trace on November the 11th, 1963. In 1965, a case like this was unique. For the first time in British history, a woman had been implicated in a killing partnership that involved the serial sex murders of children. What had turned Myra into such a monster? Was it a question of nature, not nurture?
As the details began to emerge, particularly in the local community, there was a sense of outrage. I think if some people could have got their hands on Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, they wouldn't be here today. It's quite difficult to comprehend what they got up to and got away with for so long.
To satisfy the born to kill question regarding Myra Hindley, you have to examine the whole of the period of the killing, but perhaps more importantly, you have to examine the childhood and the aspects of childhood, and you're looking for little events that might say that this person was showing signs prior to the crime period of being born to kill.
Had she not met Ian Brady, I'm absolutely convinced that Myra Hindley would in all probability have led a normal life.
Ian Brady and Myra Hindley were sadosexual killers. These particular murderers become hooked on inflicting torture on their victims. Their pleasure is gained in a perverse game of cat and mouse, stalking, entrapment, and killing of their quarry. In the case of Brady and Hindley, their favoured prey were children.
What normal and everyday person could watch a man sexually abuse a child, torture them, strangle them, murder them, and dig a shallow grave on the moors and put them in it and walk away and sleep at night, which she did for many years.
So how did a seemingly normal child grow into an adult so perverse that she would gain pleasure from the sexual abuse and murder of children?
When looking at serial killers such as Myra Hindley, you have to very carefully examine not only the period when the crimes were being committed, but look very carefully at the childhood in order to separate out those things which may be clearly environmental, those things that may have been biologically there all the time, and those interactions between them.
Myra Hindley was born on Thursday, July the 23rd, 1942. Just another child in a world of terraced houses and factories in the poor working class area of Gorton in Manchester, England.
She was part of a close northern community. She knew everybody in the street, she knew the people at the shops, everybody knew everybody. She went to the same school as all her friends. It was a very supportive, loving local community.
Myra was the first child of Bob and Nellie Hindley, initially a placid child who was no trouble. When her sister Maureen was born 4 years later, the situation changed. Mr. and Mrs. Hindley found bringing up two children too difficult and sent Myra off to live with her grandmother.
Some people try to make a lot of the fact that she didn't actually live at home with Mum and Dad, but she lived, in the next street with Grandma. The two houses could see each other from the bedroom windows, and she spilled between the two houses. It was a very, very loving life. Myra went to the local state school. She went to the junior school where she was bright and only narrowly failed her 11+. Granny was very susceptible to allowing her to have a day off if she wanted one, and Myra's attendance record was very poor. And had she gone, she probably would have passed for the grammar school. As it was, she went to Ryder Brow Secondary Modern. She was in the top class. She did extremely well. She was in that vanguard of youth culture, and she was very aware of it. It was the beginning of teenage as a phenomenon. Rock and roll was there, Beatles were coming. She changed her image slowly but surely.
Thick makeup, like a Dusty Springfield.
The hair got blonder.
Big curls in the hair.
The skirts eventually got shorter.
Always had all the top fashions.
Well, it was fantastic. She, peroxide blonde, always did very well for the lads.
Myra had one friend of the opposite sex from quite early on, a little boy called Michael Higgins. She was quite taken with the idea that he had the same initials as her, and they used to hang out together, go everywhere together. She used to be sort of almost looked after him.
Myra felt she'd made a lifelong friend. One sunny afternoon, Michael asked Myra to go swimming with him at the local reservoir. She was unable to go. Tragically, Michael drowned, an unfortunate event that local boy Lawrence Jordan witnessed.
Michael Higgins came with some of his friends, and they were swimming over that side. And then all of a sudden there was a flurry of excitement, and one or two young kids running round saying, "I can't see him, I can't see him." Somebody must have dialed the police, because 2 or 3 policemen came running up, and we saw them diving. And one child said, "There's somebody under the water." Somebody then shouted, "Oh, they got him." And I saw them bringing out this chalk white body. But you could see the whiteness of the body against the blue uniforms of the police, and his arms were outstretched almost in a crucifix. They hurriedly then put him in the mortuary van, and the van then passed us, going out where you could get down to it there. The path came to there. It must have been really traumatic for Myra Hindley, because if she was a friend of his and she saw him being brought out, that would obviously stay with her for the rest of her life, because it certainly stayed with me.
And after that, she went in a shell for a while. She was absolutely devastated of the fact that he died. She wasn't the same girl for months and months after that. In fact, it was a year or so, a long time.
She went and visited his parents, his mother, all the time, and she actually converted to Catholicism. Michael had been a Catholic. and she actually converted in the wake of his death.
With Michael, she invested quite a lot and lost quite a lot. And to some degree, although she might have blamed herself, she also blamed everyone else. And this was the beginning of the distancing of her from other people. And also, within this, she would hide in religion. This was another step away from humanity and towards a new kind of aim and career.
It was not long after Michael's death that Myra left school. On her 17th birthday, Hindley became engaged to Ronnie Sinclair, a local boy who worked at the co-op. However, Myra's apparent contentment with her ordinary life didn't last long.
Half the time Myra wanted the sort of classic husband and 2 kids, which all the girls around her aspired to, but there's another part of her that really didn't want to do that.
Being brought up by her grandmother to have a certain sense of self-importance, Myra Hindley did require more from life than simply 2.4 children and a marriage. This would not be stimulating to her. For some women, they require a certain amount of violence, a certain S&M quality to their relationship, and Myra was of this type.
Eventually, she landed a job as a typist secretary at Millward's, which was the place where she ultimately met Ian Brady.
Ian Brady was working in the office at the time. He completely ignored her for many, many months. He was aloof. She describes him as an extremely good-looking individual. He was always well-dressed.
Ian was, quite an attractive, handsome. He used to have this big motorbike that everybody wanted to sort of like go round when you're kids and have a go of it or look at it. And, you know, I think he was just mesmerised by it, wasn't he, really?
Yeah, there wasn't very many motorbikes in Gorton at the time.
She very, very quickly came to be absolutely fascinated by him, and the perfect example of this is she kept this very childish diary in which she wrote things like, "He looked at me today, Ian spoke to me today, Ian is in a bad mood today."
He's not looked at me today. He has looked at me today. Will he take me out at a weekend?
At best, Ian Brady was bisexual and probably rather more homosexual than heterosexual. So she was very much on the periphery of his vision.
Until the famous Christmas party when they got together and became an item from there on in. And it was at that stage that he started to indoctrinate her into his views on politics, life, sex, and so on.
That first night, Brady took her to see the Nuremberg trials. As the weeks went by, he played her records of Hitler's marching songs and encouraged her to read some of his favourite books, Mein Kampf, Crime and Punishment, and the works of the Marquis de Sade. Hindley happily complied. She had waited for so long for something different, and now here it was.
Myra's family were not keen on Ian from the very word go. Ian's background had been more dysfunctional than Myra's. He was born in the centre of Glasgow as a result of an affair between his mother, a waitress, and a man whose identity we've never been completely sure about. And he was fostered when he was about 2 to a family who were living nearby. And they brought him up to the best of their ability. However, when he became a teenager, he began to get involved in crime. Eventually, the courts in Glasgow said that he had to go and live with his mother, and his mother at this stage was living in Manchester, so basically Glasgow shipped its problem out.
Brady became Hindley's first lover, and she was soon totally besotted with him, soaking up all of his distorted philosophical theories.
She went from this happy-go-lucky girl to not wanting to speak to anybody, not wanting to be with anybody. It was always you shout Auntie Myra, because, as I say, everybody was your auntie. You'd shout to her and she'd completely ignore you.
She became involved in all his strange sadomasochistic sex. He didn't have a normal sexual appetite.
Brady told Hindley there was no God, so she stopped going to church. When he told her that rape and murder was the supreme pleasure, she did not question it. Her personality had become totally fused with his.
I don't think Ian was in love with Myra. I think it was just what he was doing, really. I think he was playing cat and mouse like he's done all the way along.
Early in 1963, Brady put Hindley's blind acceptance of his ideas to the test. He began planning a bank robbery and needed her to be his getaway driver. Immediately, Hindley began driving lessons, joined the local rifle club and purchased 2 guns. The robbery was never carried out, but Brady's purpose had been fulfilled. Myra had shown herself to be a willing partner in crime.
He had so many wonderful dreams and schemes, and she was obviously very, very impressed by him. Unfortunately, what Brady actually had in mind was the destruction and torture of children, and she got swept along with it, and the poison infected her.
And that was how they embarked on their first murder.
Pauline Reed was on her way to a dance. She'd left home dressed in her pink party dress.
Myra knew her. Myra pulled up in the car alongside her and asked Pauline if she would come and help her look for a glove. And it transpired that Myra drove her up to the moors, with Ian Brady following on his motorbike close behind. And what we do know is that Pauline got out of the car, presumably went to look for the glove with Myra, and that Ian Brady then came up behind and, as far as we know, hit her with a spade and killed her. And sexually assaulted her.
For to kill Pauline and to walk around the community knowing that everybody was looking for Pauline and held her head high. She didn't even blink, nobody had an inkling or anything.
Almost, Pauline was a dangerous one because they did have some connection with her. He knows that the way to do the murders is to pick up children because they're easy, Myra to do the picking up because that is much the easiest way of doing it, and to do children that they do not know. So that takes them on to meeting John Kilbride.
John was the eldest child. He was almost 12 when he went missing. The last time I saw my brother John was in 1963 on a Saturday morning as I got up. What I used to do every Saturday was going out the market stallholders peck away. He just never come home that night. My mum rung the police about 6:30, because he was always home for 6 anyway. And, I mean, he was always home, so 6:30, the police were rung sort of thing. He was missing. Yeah. There was posters all over the towns far and wide with John's face on lampposts, placards, shop windows. Have you seen this boy?
There was a pub on the corner called the Bessemer, and there was photographs of missing children in the area at the time. Have you seen these children? And she used to go to the bar and have a drink knowing that them children was there and knowing she knew exactly where they was.
In their statement, they said they'd picked him up at Ashton Market. Well, Hindley had. She'd led him to Brady's car.
And again, he was sexually assaulted. He was found with his underpants tied down at the bottom of his legs, and buried again close to the road.
I think after just a few weeks, we all realised he wasn't coming home. We knew he hadn't run away, and we knew something had happened to him, but we didn't know what. Not for 2 years.
The role that Myra Hindley played was always one of the initial contact with the child. Sometimes Brady was absent and came along later, or on other occasions Brady was behind on a motorcycle and he was flashing the headlamp to tell her, there's one coming up now, stop and talk to this individual here.
Last time I saw a kid on the 16th of June, 1964.
Their method of abducting and killing children worked. Myra and Ian were driven to try it again. 6 months later, they chose 12-year-old Keith Bennett.
He went to his grand's, or he should have gone to his grand's, and he didn't get there. He was walking down Plymouth Grove West, crossed Stockport Road and into one of the side streets. She seen him at the top end of the entry, so she went round and collared him and picked him up, said something to him, and he went in the car, no messing, because he thought he was doing a good service to somebody. So when my mum come down on the 16th of June, I said, where's Keith? She said, I don't know. I said, well, he should have been at your house. And then I thought, well, I better go to the police station and tell them. And they said it'd give you 48 hours to get back. I said, well, where could he be? I said, he's not gone with any mates. I said, he never does that. I said, he comes straight home from school and that was it. But he disappeared and that was it. Two months after, the police come to the door with Brady and Hindley's photo. He said, well, we think it's possible that these have had something to do with Keith, you know, with Keith abducting him.
There is a slight difference with Keith because they take him deep onto the moors. At least 3/4 of a mile, which is quite a long way for a small child.
He hit him on the back of the head, knocked him out, and then put a machine cord rubber around his neck and broke his neck. And he actually assaulted him afterwards and left the clothes at the side where they buried him. He didn't know he was going to his death.
By this stage, Ian was living with Myra and her granny in Hattersley, which is an overspill town near Hyde, just outside Manchester. And they moved in, and the neighbours were very impressed by them because Ian got stuck into making a garden, did up the house. The word yuppie didn't exist in those days, but if it had, these would have been seen as a kind of upwardly mobile young couple.
A further 6 months passed before the next abduction.
The fourth victim was Leslie Ann Downey, a young girl that they picked up at a fun fair in Manchester. And Myra, again, persuaded her to come in the car, and they took her home. This one is different because they took her back to their house in Hattersley. And there hasn't been an enormous amount of scope for torture and taking photographs and making tape recordings. But now that they've got a victim actually in their own house, they can indulge in all of that. And they ran a tape recorder, and this tape recording is, in fact, perhaps one of the most shocking things you will ever hear, but it's also the thing that completely condemned Myra Hindley in court.
Her voice is heard on the tape, and it's telling the little girl to be quiet because clearly she was very distressed indeed. And she explained that she was very worried at the time that the neighbours might hear the little girl crying, and that was the concern.
And Leslie Ann Downey is pleading with her, please, Mum. She calls her Mum all the way through, as though by appealing to Myra's maternal instincts, she might make this whatever awful things are happening. But Myra is gagging her, ties a gag around her. We don't know what abuse happened. Myra claims that there was no sexual abuse. There probably was. And the next day they took Leslie Ann Downey up to the moors and buried her.
The killing of Leslie Ann Downey marked a significant change in the killing career of Myra Hindley. The risk and the confidence to actually kill somebody within feet and inches of neighbours rather than out here on the moors.
It would be another 10 months before Leslie Ann's body was discovered on the moors in a shallow grave with her clothing at her feet. Even with the damning evidence mounting against them, Brady and Hindley denied murdering Leslie Ann. As in the case of Edward Evans, they attempted to implicate David Smith. They claimed that Smith had brought the girl to the house so that Brady could photograph her. As far as they were concerned, Leslie Ann had left their house unharmed with Smith.
Ian Brady tried to protect Myra, and it's true that if Myra had played it the way he wanted it to, she would probably have been charged with being accessory and possibly been out of prison after 7 or 8 years. But she was determined that she was in this with Ian. All she said was, Ian is innocent and I am innocent, and she said this over and over again.
The evidence that linked Brady and Hindley to the murder of John Kilbride, while not as overwhelming, was sufficient to charge them. They found the name John Kilbride in Brady's handwriting, written in his notebook, and a photograph of Hindley on John's grave on the moors.
I actually got ready myself to go and help on the dig, and I was more or less locked in my bedroom by my father. A couple of days after the police came with a shoe, my mum identified it as being John's, and they found John's body then.
Despite all their efforts, the police were unable to find the bodies of the other 2 missing children, or any evidence to link Brady and Hindley to their disappearance.
Ian Brady was charged with the 3 murders of the ones the police had the bodies of. That was Leslie Ann Downey, John Kilbride and Edward Evans. Myra was charged with Leslie Ann Downey and Edward Evans, and of being an accessory to the killing of John Kilbride. Ian Brady received 3 life sentences and Myra received 2.
Myra was taken to Holloway Prison.
I'd put them all in a big enough hole to bury the bloody lot of them, throw acid on them and then throw the soil on top of them and burn them alive, because that's all they need. Because them kind of people are not worth the salt of the earth, as far as I'm concerned anyway.
In order to evaluate the degree of influence Ian Brady had on Myra Hindley's criminality, you have to examine the point at which they were separated. Myra Hindley's behaviours will indicate whether or not he was the causal factor, or whether or not Myra Hindley was born to kill.
Ian Brady's hold over Myra Hindley continued for the first few years of their incarceration. They constantly wrote to each other and even requested permission to marry. The rift that developed between them was gradual, stemming mainly from their differing responses to their imprisonment. Brady quickly accepted his sentence and soon settled into prison life, whereas Hindley continued to assert her innocence, maintaining her claim that Brady and Smith were responsible for the murders.
Myra Hindley said she didn't have any involvement, only, in her words at the time, was acquiring the children for Ian Brady. But she was distinctly heard on a tape of Leslie Ann Downey telling the little girl to shut her mouth, while Brady was, God knows what he was doing to do.
Her mother was convinced she was innocent. Her sister was convinced she was innocent. Everybody around her was convinced by Myra that Myra had just been Ian Brady's dupe.
Myra Hindley's mind, the story was in place regardless of her innocence, and she would gather together anyone who would listen, give her time, and certainly anyone who would give her any publicity that might support her plea of innocence.
In 1970, Hindley broke off all contact with Brady. His hold on her was completely broken by the realization that she would never see him again. 7 years later, more than 10 years after her imprisonment, Hindley began a campaign to win her freedom, a crusade that continued until the day she died.
Ian Brady's never actually applied for parole. He was willing to serve his sentence, but at least he knew what he'd done, and he didn't want to come out of prison. Myra Hindley applied for parole on a regular basis, just to torment the families, as far as I'm concerned.
Hindley's application for parole was delayed for a further 3 years. When Hindley's plea was finally heard in 1985, 20 years since she was first in prison, it was rejected. The Home Secretary announced that Hindley's case would not be heard again for at least another 5 years.
Ultimately, she hoped she would be able to get out of prison, and that was probably her long-term objective.
At the end of 1986, Hindley changed her tactics. Instead of continuing to plead her innocence, she made a full public confession.
A conjunction of people came together in Myra's life. She had a solicitor who was saying to her, unless you make a clean breast of everything, admit it, and then possibly down the line parole will be possible. At the same time, she was being counselled by Lord Longford to make a confession. She also received a letter from Winnie Johnson, the mother of Keith Bennett.
When I wrote to her, she said she was very sorry that she couldn't help me in any way. She was watching out for Brady on the hill. And she wasn't, she was as bad as him. She watched them kids murdered, and she watched them being raped.
And at the same moment, because Ian Brady had made a sort of confession to a journalist, the Home Office ordered Greater Manchester Police to reopen the investigation.
Well, the aim was to review the case and see whether there were any fresh lines of inquiry we could pursue with a view to, first and foremost, finding out where the 2 children might have been buried, and secondly, of course, gaining confessions.
She now admitted both the knowledge of and involvement in all 5 murders, including those of Pauline Reed and Keith Bennett.
She was cooperative right from the word go and said that she was prepared to point out to us areas of interest to Brady on Saddleworth Moor, which was really code for giving us a pretty good steer as to where bodies may be.
When it emerged in the 80s that there could be 2 more bodies on the moors, and there was a likelihood of either Hindley or Brady turning up to try and pinpoint them, there was what you would call a newspaper frenzy. Many newspapers hired helicopters. I was up there. It was chaotic.
She was very keen on trying to help us. I have no doubt about that at all.
You have to realise that for Myra Hindley, this was actually keyed off by her lawyer saying that unless she did appear to the public as a reformed character, that her release would probably never ever happen. Therefore, can you disentangle her self-interest in doing this from any genuine apparent remorse that was revealed?
She pointed out or identified the areas that we'd already been searching. It was not until the following spring that we actually started excavating those 2 areas. And of course, in the summer of the following year, we found Pauline Reed's body in one of the areas that she'd highlighted.
And they found Pauline Reed. Now, I met her mother, and she's a lovely person, or she was a lovely person. And she used to always say to me, "Win it, they will find Keith. I know it, they've got to find him, and they will find him."
He's been missing now for 41 years this summer. I doubt whether we'll ever find his body because they say that the landscape moves and changes in that time. And Keith's mum, Winnie, is absolutely obsessed by this. She says she can't rest until she lays her boy. She has even been up there with a spade in that forlorn hope that she could find her boy.
I love it up here because I know Keith's up here watching me. Other than that, I wouldn't come up, but I know he's up here and I know he knows I'm up here and he knows I'm putting flowers under the fence for him. No matter what hell or fire, I'll have him back. He shouldn't have been up here in the first place.
I've been up on the moors quite a lot in my lifetime, and it's just not a nice feeling. It's not a nice feeling at all, but at least we have got our John where we can go and visit. Winnie Johnson still looking for her son. After 40 years, she's still looking for her son.
Keith's body has never been found, but Hindley's confession has given his family some indication of how he died. Hindley had lured him into the car with a request for assistance in loading some boxes. Once at Saddleworth Moor, Brady had taken Keith down to the gully, where he raped and then strangled him, burying him somewhere nearby. At the time of her confession, Hindley's solicitor expressed his belief that her chances of parole were greatly enhanced by her display of remorse.
In 1988, she approached me to see if I could represent her at a time when she was making a number of important legal challenges to the High Court. And people said, well, look, Andrew, you've got to be careful. This is the most manipulative woman in the country. Be careful she doesn't manipulate you. Well, I've had many clients over the years seek to manipulate me. I can say Myra never did.
Myra Hindley, as far as I could see, was an extremely clever and manipulative woman who managed to play the establishment to her own ends and draw people to her cause.
The criminal justice system has always recognised that if you change and if you reform, you should be granted parole. All the experts were of the opinion that she had reformed.
If you want to understand Myra Hindley, you have to compare her prison career with that of Ian Brady, who became a tortured man. Myra Hindley did not. She became a well-spoken, articulate defender of her own innocence.
But I believe that she changed back from that evil persona to a genuinely sorry woman for the dreadful crimes that she had committed with Brady.
What she hoped to gain by applying for parole, I don't know, because she could actually have been charged with the murders of 2 more children. And this is what I'd have pushed for if she'd have got parole.
Whilst in prison, Myra rediscovered her faith in Catholicism. She continued to express remorse for her crimes. I ask people to judge me as I am now and not as I was then.
A lot of people turn to religion in prison to impress one group of people in particular, and that is the parole board. Killers, every killer in America must be on a journey into the light, must have seen Christ, and the first thing they do on a Sunday is queue up for tea and biscuits in the church.
Her aim in life was to walk free, and she wouldn't have been free very long. I'd have loved her. I'd have loved it for him to drop her on Aston Market or outside my front door. I'd have loved it. I'd have served time for her.
I'm certain in my mind that if Myra Hindley had never met Ian Brady, she would never have been involved in murder.
She would have moved heaven and earth to do anything to please him.
You could call it a tragic love story, but I don't think you could put the word love in this. Not when you think what they did.
Without the influence of Ian Brady, it is very, very unlikely that Myra Hindley would have killed another person. However, her searching for a stimulating, exciting life may have ended up with her being with some drug dealer, some bank robber, who would give her an exciting life, but wouldn't necessarily have involved her in one-to-one killing.
Just haven't got words to explain how I feel about her. That sort of thing just did not happen where we lived.
On November the 15th, 2002, at the age of 60, Myra Hindley died from respiratory failure arising from a serious chest infection. She'd suffered a suspected heart attack 2 weeks earlier.
She's got the devil in it. She's the devil itself.
In this particular instance, Myra Hindley was not born to kill, but she was placed in a circumstance where an element that she was born with enabled her to continue and kill.
Who's to say she could be here? Maureen, David, all of them could be here. You know?
Still living in Gorton.
Still living in Gorton.
And then again at the other side of the
Could
coin.
be married.
So could Pauline.
Her own children, yeah, of course.
She could have been here as well.
She could have been here.
15 dead, 23 wounded, shot with planning and precision, without conscience or prejudice. Shooting at random, irrespective of race or gender. Their victims were young, old, black, white, male, female. The Washington snipers were 41-year-old John Allen Mohammed and his 17-year-old accomplice Lee Boyd Malvo. If their paths had never crossed, would they have murdered so many, or were they born to kill? October 2002, ordinary Americans feared for their lives, too frightened to put petrol in their cars or let their children play outdoors. For 23 horrific days, a series of random sniper killings terrorized Washington, D.C. A walk down the high street would be a gamble with life and death.
These two individuals were cold-blooded murderers. They didn't care about who they killed.
No one really expected that it would be a man and a boy working together as a sniper team.
Well, I think people began to be scared when they realized that the shootings were random. You had to come to grips with the fact that there could be somebody pointing a gun at you as you sat in your car.
They were just picking people at random. If you were out there where they could get to you, you were gone.
Lee Malvo was born in Kingston, Jamaica on February the 18th, 1985, to Una James and Leslie Malvo. His childhood was not always a happy one. Dewey Cornell was Malvo's court-appointed psychologist. He spent 53 hours with Malvo, trying to understand his motivation.
In many ways, Lee's childhood was sort of the perfect storm for what was to come. He was treated very abusively by his mother, who insisted that he obey her. She would beat him if he was disrespectful, if he didn't do a good job washing the dishes, if he didn't do his chores. Then she left him. And she left him repeatedly to take jobs in other places, and would come in, move him to a new place when that place wasn't working out or when they hadn't paid the bills, and then she would disappear again. And each time this happened, he had a mixture of sort of distress and anger and resentment. He threatened to kill himself to try to convince her to stay with him. And throughout his childhood, teachers and neighbors, people observed how much this little boy seemed to want to glom on to a father figure.
Malvo's partner in crime was 24 years his senior. Born in New Orleans, John Williams changed his name to John Mohammed when he converted to Islam in the mid-80s. Washington Times reporter John Ward recalls the details of Mohammed's mysterious childhood, which were mentioned briefly at the trial.
He was very affected by his mother dying when he was very young, and he was also picked on a lot as a kid by relatives. And I think he went through his entire life feeling like he was never recognized for his potential, he was never recognized for his talent, and he could have been something a lot greater than he turned out to be.
John married Mildred, his second wife, in 1988. Together they had 3 children. Those who knew him felt that he was a good father. Mechanic Robert Holmes met John in 1985 during their stints in the army at Fort Lewis.
Everybody thought it was the perfect family, you know. She came up here, they ended up getting married, then little John was born, and subsequently 2 daughters afterwards. But I mean, he was always a little bit of a womanizer, but at the same time, he took care of his family. I'd say he was a disciplinarian, same way as I am with my child. I mean, but it wasn't like abusive, strict. It was more nurturing, you know. I never saw John yell at his children. If there was something that was that he didn't feel they had done right, he would talk to them, you know. And so it wasn't like, here you go. It wasn't like a scream or anything. I never saw him do that with his children.
One person who also witnessed firsthand the love John expressed for his children was Jerry O'Neill, his local barber for over 11 years.
John never raised his voice at the kids while they were in the shop. They were always mannerable. They sit, he would speak to them. They say, yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Mildred was a strong woman, too. I saw more of her influence on her family than John. Like I said, John was quiet. He'd come in. Mildred wanted his hair a certain way, and that was it.
For most of their married life, John was a combat engineer in the National Guard. When he was away, he desperately missed his children.
He didn't like being in the military. It was something that he had committed himself to doing. And at the time, I think it provided a living for him and his family, and that's what he did.
He learned how to fire a weapon. He was highly trained in sniper tactics. His experience in the Gulf, we don't know exactly what that did to him, but again, there was talk of neurological damage from chemicals, and his wife, when he came back from the Gulf, said that she noticed a change in him, that he became angrier and darker.
On leaving the military, John began to feel bitter towards his country and the army. This would eventually turn into angry resentment towards his wife.
There was a point when he changed. You know, I mean, like I said, he looked the same. He was always pretty much the same with me, but there was just something about him that just wasn't John, you know. And
John Mohammed was becoming increasingly unpredictable, charming one minute, menacing the next. The John his friends knew was different to the John his wife Mildred feared.
She said she was scared of John. I remember she told me one time that John had threatened to kill her. And I said, do you really think that John, she says, I know that if John gets the opportunity, he would kill me. But she was afraid of him. She was definitely afraid of him.
Eventually, things got to a breaking point and the couple separated.
He had trouble with his marriage. He took his kids away from his ex-wife. He was very angry about her leaving him, even though he was not faithful to her. And so his kids, I think, were increasingly the only thing in his life that meant anything and that gave him meaning. So eventually he took them to the Caribbean with him unlawfully and started making money by producing fake documents for people down there.
It was in the Caribbean in October 2000 that a lonely Lee Malvo would find the father figure he'd long been searching for. Lee Malvo's mother was desperate to move to the United States. She was willing to do anything. She would even sacrifice her only son. For $3,000, John could provide anyone with all the necessary visas and work permits.
When John Mohammed came along, John Mohammed seemed to him like the perfect father, because John Mohammed was a man whom he saw was taking care of his own 3 children, who was a single parent, who seemed to Lee very dedicated to his children, very dedicated to their welfare. And John Mohammed treated Lee with a kind of respect and honesty, he thought, that no one else did.
John's powerful influence would eventually change Malvo's life forever.
He was really dangerous because he's the kind of guy you would never suspect of being dangerous. And he would lull you into a sense of putting your guard down, and that's when he would probably strike. He was not stupid. He was pretty intelligent, just dangerous enough. He knew enough to be dangerous to somebody impressionable like Lee.
While John was in the Caribbean, Mildred was back in the States, frantically trying to track down her missing children. The authorities located John, the children were forcibly removed, and a date for a custody hearing was set for the 4th of September 2001. You can hear for the first time on film the audio tapes from that hearing.
Good morning, please be seated. Sir, if you'd raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you both solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sir, what is your name?
Sir, my legal name is John Alvin Mohammed.
Sir, what is your date of birth?
December 31st, 1960.
And he thought that he was going to be able to go into court and present his side. But when he got there, they told him that they weren't there to hear anything he had to say. The only purpose was to return the children to the custody of their mother.
John wasn't given the chance to persuade the judge he should be allowed to look after his children.
Can you please tell me what's going on?
There is a parenting plan that was entered by the court on October 6, 2000, last year.
I was not aware of it. So the children was never missing?
According to the court's order, they're going with mother.
Are you telling me the reason why I don't have my children and won't be able to keep my children because I don't have the proper paperwork yet?
The orders have said that mother has sole residential placement, care, and custody of the children.
And when he came back, he was like, he wasn't angry because, I never saw John get angry, like the kind of stuff where he's throwing stuff, but it was more almost like a depression type deal, controlled, but he was upset about it,
You do have an opportunity to express your side of the story for the court to hear it. All right?
And until it's done, I'm not able to see my children.
Your visitation is suspended.
The outcome of the court hearing left John reeling. He couldn't accept that he wouldn't be allowed to see his children again. Unable to understand the judge's decision, he sought further legal advice. He turned to family lawyer John Mills, who agreed to take on his case.
And he was a very normal, concerned father who was disturbed by what had gone on in court, didn't understand what had gone on in court. But once I explained that to him, he was perfectly willing to, as I say, work within the system, expecting that we could get it all straightened out again and organized again.
The effects of this decision would not only change John's life, but also 23 other lives.
So he found himself at his lowest point in his life because his children were very dear to him, and he was a loving father, he was a doting father.
And it's sad that the dozens of people would die and their lives would be destroyed and their families' lives would be destroyed.
And that's probably what pushed him over the edge.
Losing custody of his children completely devastated John. It made him angry and depressed. In Lee Malvo, John saw someone that lacked a father figure, someone he could teach and mold, someone he could ultimately turn into a killing machine. John vowed revenge on his ex-wife, but just how far would he be willing to go? One half of the deadly Washington sniper duo, John Mohammed, lost custody of his children in September 2001. He vowed revenge on his ex-wife. For the next 4 months, he would search endlessly for her and his children, all to no avail.
And then he came and told me one day, he says, Holmes, he said, I know where Mildred's at. And I was like, where's she at? He said, she's somewhere in the D.C. area.
During his long search, John Mohammed formed a gruesome and deadly plan, a plan that would need an accomplice. John Mohammed met Lee Malvo in the Caribbean. Lee looked up to the older man and considered him a role model.
It was very apparent that he loved and admired John Mohammed. He adored him, was willing to die for him, and regarded Mohammed as his leader, as his father, and as the person who was going to, he thought, lead a political revolution in the United States.
John, acting like a father figure, persuaded Lee to enroll in the local Bellingham High School. His favorite subject was drawing, and he proved to be an excellent artist. His fellow classmate, Chrissy Greenewald, remembers Lee well.
He was very friendly and not necessarily an extrovert. He didn't really try to make friends. He wasn't, about to give me many details on his life.
During this period, the pair stayed with a friend, Earl Dancy. He saw a side of John that others didn't.
Very manipulative. He gains your confidence, he gains your trust. Once he comes with your trust, he'll use it to his advantage.
He also witnessed a change in Lee Malvo's character.
He was always angry. He's always angry, mad. I would expect that any teenager would have been like that, but he just had a lot of anger in him for no reason at all.
Lee's education gradually became more than just schoolwork. Every day after school, John would teach Lee how to shoot at the local gun range. John became obsessed with Lee's marksmanship.
At a period of time, they would bring targets to me, and the targets were getting better and better, and then actually one where the target was actually dead shot, center mass.
I think on one occasion he said Lee was a better shot than him.
Mohammed's teachings also included making sure Lee knew everything about guns. This was evident in one classroom discussion.
One time we were watching the movie Platoon. We had just finished the movie. Someone asked the question, what kind of weapons did they have? And he raised his hand and he knew exactly what kind of weapons they had, and he could list them off. That was weird. The kid who never talks, knows all about weapons.
Lee was encouraged to watch films such as The Matrix and play sniper video games repeatedly. Experts would later conclude that this was to ensure that the young, impressionable Lee was desensitized to the events that would later unfold.
Well, he liked games that had a lot of high adrenaline, games that games that really amped you up,
They had a demanding daily routine of exercise and a restricted diet.
They were doing some kind of special diet because they were taking something to cleanse their body, and they were both eating honey and crackers.
They had this belief that you should only eat once a day, that somehow it was more efficient for your digestive system.
On February the 16th, 2002, 2 days before Malvo's 17th birthday, John Mohammed gave him his first big test. John was angry with a friend of his ex-wife, Isla Nichols, so he sent his young apprentice to kill her. Lee was not to know that Nichols' 21-year-old niece, Kenya Cook, would be home. On opening the front door, Cook was shot in the face with a single bullet. Lee Malvo had made his first kill. From February to October 2002, they ricocheted around the United States, robbing and killing people as their needs or desires demanded. They eventually arrived in Washington, D.C., home of the White House, and soon to become home to one of the worst shooting sprees in American history. On the morning of October the 3rd, 2002, the Washington rush hour was reaching its height. The major highways on the 64-mile beltway that rings the capital were full of people going to work. Sergeant Roger Thompson was the lead investigator on the case. He knows each crime scene intimately.
There are a lot of people out. Just another one of the strange facets about this case is that no one, with all the eyes and all the ears and all the people driving around, nobody actually saw them shoot anyone.
Mohammed and Malvo would drive the streets until they found a possible target. Once they were in position, Mohammed would keep watch from the driver's seat, whilst Malvo would climb from the front, lift up the back seat cushion and slide into the Caprice's boot. Their first target was 39-year-old landscaper James Buchanan, also known as Sonny. His sister Vicky describes him as a generous man.
Sonny was my youngest brother. He was my best friend, and we were confidants, and he just had a love for life and for people.
James Buchanan was mowing this lawn right here, this grass, and he was walking in that direction.
Malvo watched and waited, focusing through the gun's scope, his breathing controlled. Once he had the command from Mohammed, he pulled the trigger.
The lawnmower kept going, and then he ran down this sidewalk and into this parking lot here for the car dealership and collapsed in front of 2 employees.
The bullet hit Sonny between his left shoulder blade and his spine. He was rushed to hospital, but died a few hours later.
I knew, as soon as I went to the door, she had his license, and I knew that it was like a nightmare, that you don't want to wake up from.
But Buchanan wouldn't be the only person to die at the hands of the snipers that day. It was the start of 3 weeks of unimaginable terror.
Now here's the mobile station here on the left, and that center island with the 2 pumps there, his car was facing inward, facing towards the store. He had a car that the gas pump was under the license plate in the back. So he was pumping his gas there, and the shot came from across the street.
From the gap in between these 2 bushes and across 6 lanes of busy traffic, the sniper had struck again.
What is wrong? A man has been killed in front of me. I was shot. I don't know.
A doctor on the scene tried to revive Prem Kumar Walekar, but it was no use. The powerful .223 bullet ripped through his heart and lung, and Prem Kumar died at the scene. Just 25 minutes later, Sarah Ramos, a housekeeper and nanny, was quietly sitting on a bench reading a book while she waited for her boss to pick her up.
The suspect's vehicle was parked here at this particular parking space, with the trunk facing the intended victim and the front of the car facing traffic. While inside the trunk, they only popped the trunk up about this much, and the muzzle of the barrel comes out, and they shot Sarah Ramos, who was sitting there reading a book. They close the trunk, and they back up and drive away, and nobody sees anything. The distance from the shooter's vehicle and Sarah Ramos is about the same as the other ones that we had that morning and subsequent shootings that occurred in the Washington, D.C. area. It was between 80 and 90 yards, sometimes a little closer, sometimes a little further away. The bullet went right through her and went right through the plate glass window, crisp and juicy, and we were able to recover a pretty pristine projectile that matched up to the rifle.
An hour later, 25-year-old Lori Lewis Rivera was shot as she vacuumed her car at a petrol station. 12 hours after that, 72-year-old Pascal Charnot was killed whilst crossing the street. 5 people killed, numerous lives altered forever. But it was only just the beginning for 2 men who were on a mission to cause as much chaos and devastation as possible. It left the police dumbfounded and with no answers to give the shattered community.
We just didn't know what to do. We did not prepare for what happened that morning.
Children were locked in their classrooms and told not to go near the windows. There were no outside activities, no field trips, no sporting events. Life had ground to a halt.
Your children are not safe anywhere at any time.
Oh, it was very frightening. I remember waking up one morning not wanting to send my children to school. And my husband saying, we have to be normal because the more fearful we are, you know, we're gonna make them more fearful.
The random shootings made people hesitant to perform even the most mundane daily tasks, like buying petrol.
As soon as they knew that somebody was shot at one gas station, then when it happened at another gas station, people were doing all sorts of things to keep from being shot. They would go back in their car while the gas pump was going on, or they would try to hide and get down like this to keep from getting shot, and they would look around to make sure nobody was going to shoot at them.
Even catching public transport was terrifying. Sonia Wills's son, Conrad Johnston, was a local bus driver who used to escort one elderly passenger onto his bus.
Whenever he got to that spot, he would get off the bus and go get her from behind a tree and escort her to the bus, telling her, don't worry, you're safe with me. They have to get to me before they can get to you.
Dr. Evan Nelson is a clinical psychologist who has evaluated over 400 murder cases. He explains what may have been going through the killer's minds.
Clearly, there's an extraordinary degree of planning, and I think that really differentiates this case from other types of murder cases where planning is not the element. The reality is that most murders have about 30 seconds of planning, if that at all.
Part of that intense planning was to make use of Mohammed's army training and experience as a mechanic to completely alter their 1989 dark blue Chevy Caprice to suit their requirements. Crime scene expert Ralph Dano gives us an exclusive look at the adjustments they made.
The firewall is cut out, which would allow someone to either secrete the weapon or a person to transport themselves from the rear passenger compartment into the trunk. Once backed into position, give a signal or we're ready, the person sitting in this seat could turn sideways, lift the seat up with their hand. The driver could reach back, hold it for just a brief second while the person went down and started maneuvering back. And once he's got a third of the way in, he could release it and come back up here and just leave his hand here without any common observation. Nobody knows what's going on. You've got the tinted windows. The person then transports themselves through the back, and the gun is there. They're in, and they find themselves ready to be in a shooting position.
Not all the shootings were done from the boot. As the pair got more confident, some shots were fired from outside the vehicle. Ballistics expert Jeff Miller explains one of these rare times.
Malvo said that he was lying here in this parking lot here at the community center near this stairway. And while Mohammed was providing a lookout for him, he was able to look across this parking lot, across the highway, and underneath the parking garage here of the Home Depot store. And Mr. and Mrs. Franklin were loading purchases into the back of their car, and the two of them were standing just underneath the home in the Home Depot store about halfway through the parking lot. Bullet entered the left side of her head, and as it exited her head, it started to fragment inside and caused a very traumatic injury to her head.
Linda Franklin was killed instantly. Throughout the ordeal, Mohammed and Malvo left various notes for the police. They demanded $10 million to stop their reign of terror. They were also keeping a close eye on news reports. This was evident in this restaurant's CCTV footage.
Standing there at the front reception area, and a news report came on about the sniper story. He walked over to the television that was hanging over the bar and actually reached up and turned up the sound so he could listen to the story.
Well, the people who are interested in notoriety are usually flirting with the media. They're sending letters. For example, here in the United States, there's just been an apprehension of the BTK, blind, torture, and kill serial murderer. This is an individual who wrote letters to the media taunting the police, taunting the community, as compared to leaving a covert and specific letter just for the police, as Malvo and Mohammed did. I don't see any signs that these two men were taking an especial pleasure in killing so much as a pleasure in shooting precisely, implementing a plan so perfectly that they weren't caught.
But how did the police finally track down the suspects? They investigated every shooting in the Washington, D.C. area. A short time before the snipers began their rampage, a liquor store in the D.C. area had been held up. 2 employees were shot. The gunman was proved to be Lee Malvo. His fingerprints were found at the scene. Malvo had a criminal record from being arrested as an illegal immigrant. Lee Malvo lived with John Mohammed here at the Lighthouse Mission in Bellingham. This is how the police were able to make the connection between the 2 killers. Meanwhile, Mohammed's old army friend, Robert Holmes, was following the sniper shootings with extra interest.
Somebody was saying something about it's got to be 2 guys working as a team. One is the spotter and one is the shooter. So then I knew that Lee was with him.
It was one of the hardest decisions of his life as he picked up the phone and called the FBI.
They called me in and they started asking me questions, you know, and they were asking why did I think it was John? Why would he be on the East Coast? And I told them, I said, well, I know his wife is somewhere in the D.C. area, you know, and then it took off from there.
The police may have been closing in on the suspects, but they had not stopped the killing. On the morning of October the 22nd, 2002, the kindly bus driver who helped so many of his frightened passengers through these 3 weeks of terror was standing on the front steps of his bus. His name was Conrad Johnson. He was 35 years old and had a wife and 2 young children.
Conrad was a very gentle person. I called him the gentle giant because he was a big guy, but he was very kind, soft-spoken, just a gentle person, a loving family man.
Conrad Johnson was here waiting to start his bus run. He would always pull over here. It would clean out the bus. You can imagine it was dark in the morning. The lights are on the inside of the bus. The entire wood line is all dark.
At 5:55 a.m., a gunshot rang out from the woods opposite. Conrad staggered back and fell into the aisle.
My brother been shot at Aspen Hill.
Aspen Hill and what?
Right here by the post office. Please, he's been shot about 2 minutes. He's been laying here, sir. Please hurry up. I'm scared. Please send some help. I'm on the bus.
The bullet tore through his liver, destroying it. He was rushed to hospital for emergency surgery.
It was a sad morning when I got the call that Conrad had been shot, and I just knew that it was a sniper. About 40 minutes later, the doctors came out and told us he did not make it. And that's one day I never want to relive. That was the saddest day of my life. We went upstairs to the morgue. And when I saw him laying there, it was very, very hard, very hard.
This would be the last killing. Their deadly partnership, resulting in 23 shootings and 15 deaths, was over. For the police, the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together. A warrant for Mohammed and Malvo's arrest was issued at 7:54 p.m. At 12:05 a.m., a press conference was held, announcing the license plate they were looking for, NDA 21Z.
And so a truck driver in Myersville, Maryland, about 50 miles from here, heard it on the news, wrote down the tag number, and saw the car. And within a matter of 15 or 20 minutes of it hitting the news, we had a spot of the car, and then we went into action.
At 3:30 a.m. on October the 24th, 2002, Mohammed and Malvo were arrested as they slept in their car at a rest area on the I-70 highway.
It's very surreal. It's like you're living in a tunnel and you're going through the emotions and you're wondering what's going to happen next. And, you know, I think the biggest relief for all of us was when they were caught.
For the victims' families, the fact that the men responsible were in police custody helped their grieving process. The almost perfect crime had been solved. People were safe to walk the streets again. But the question remained, what turns two men into cold-blooded killers? The Washington snipers spent months terrifying an entire community. Finally, after shooting 23 people and killing 15, John Allen Mohammed and Lee Boyd Malvo's murderous spree was brought to an end. They were in police custody.
I was just watching the news one day and they said that they had caught them. And I don't think I saw his face. They just said his name. And it kind of just, I was like, well, how do I know that name? It was Lee Malvo, you know, it's not your most common name in the world. And I just kept thinking, where do I know that from? And it all kind of clicked in my head and I was like, oh my gosh. This cannot be happening. This, you know, how weird is that? Our little tiny corner of the world, this guy was in my class, and now he's killed 13 people.
Mohammed and Malvo were arrested, and their car was thoroughly searched. The police uncovered vital circumstantial evidence.
Some of the items of evidence that were collected within the vehicle at the time of the arrest were, for instance, the Sony Vaio computer that was located in the front seat of the vehicle. And there were several items that they had that worked with the computer. They had a solar charger. I don't know how well it worked, but they had one. They also, with the Sony Vaio computer, they were keeping logs, and they kind of kept a little bit with track of the areas that they felt were important. Areas that they had scouted out as being strong possible areas where they could wreak the most havoc.
They also found maps marking not only the places where people had already been shot, but also where they planned future killings.
There were lots of bags of clothing, personal items that they had. They had lots of vitamins, and they were trying to sustain themselves and water. The weapon that was used, the Bushmaster 223, with the halo sight on it, was located within the back seat of the vehicle.
The murder weapon was a high-powered Bushmaster's rifle, the civilian version of the military rifle Mohammed knew so well. For the police, this was an essential find. Ballistics would later link it to at least 11 of the shootings. If they hadn't found it, Mohammed and Malvo could have got away with murder. Further proof was mounting.
It was Malvo's DNA that we found in the rifle. It was Malvo's DNA we found in the notes. We did get fingerprints of Mohammed and other evidence.
The psychological reasons behind this degree of preparation is explained by clinical psychologist Evan Nelson.
All of this shows extraordinary planning. They were very careful to set themselves up to do shootings in ways that they could make a quick and rapid exit. They even came back to inspect the scenes while the police were investigating it. This shows an amazing degree of calculation and awareness of the wrongfulness of what they were doing in order to avoid detection, and even a willing to flirt with the possibility of being caught because of that sense of supremacy that they could get away with this.
John Mohammed was examined by court-appointed psychiatrists, but the findings were never admitted as evidence in court, so the motivation for these heinous crimes will never truly be known. By attempting to extort $10 million from the American government, one theory is that money was their motive.
These two individuals were cold-blooded murderers. They didn't care about who they killed. They killed indiscriminately. They wanted the money, they wanted the fear.
There was speculation that Mohammed wanted to kill his wife in order to get his children back.
My way of thinking was Mildred was the target in the mission, because if it was just to terrorize people or to kill people even, that could have been done anywhere. If you kill 10 people and she's one of the 10, then it's less likely. I mean, there's still a chance that you're going to get caught, but it's less likely.
There's no hard evidence to prove this theory. Yet ultimately, Was losing custody of his children the trigger for this series of events?
It wasn't like he was a bad character and that all his life he had been doing dirty things, bad deeds. It's just that, you know, like I said, you reach your breaking point, you don't know how you're going to react. And you go over the edge. He went over the edge, and that was the end result.
Despite this insight into Mohammed's motivation, it's still not clear why he deliberately set out to convince a 17-year-old boy to take part in his mission.
I've evaluated literally close to 200 capital murder defendants and about 400 murder defendants overall. Mr. Malvo is in a class unto his own because of his intellect, because of his verbal skills, because of the fact that he did this killing in tandem in such a purposeful way. And that's really different than the majority of murders that we see that are impulsive, that grow out of being drunk and high and perhaps sexually aroused or being greedy, and somebody wants something in that moment, they commit a murder and then they regret it.
Nobody becomes a serial killer or criminal for just one reason. I know there's a lot of debate about nature versus nurture, but even if you ask the question, nature versus nurture, you're really asking the wrong question. It's always nature and nurture.
At that age, and I remember, or even, I mean, I'm not even that much older than when this happened, but you just want to please the adults around you. You want to do well in all the things you do so that adults, because you're trying to be a grown-up yourself and you want to be accepted by them. And I can completely see why. And he was his caretaker. He had nobody else to take care of him.
Lee told his psychologists that if they wanted to understand him, they should watch the film The Matrix. Keanu Reeves' character is chosen by an older, charismatic mentor to lead a revolution against an evil regime that had enslaved humanity.
I think there was clearly a sense of him against the system, and that's probably one reason why he identified with the character Neo within The Matrix. And I think that for a young, idealistic 17-year-old, that was a frame of reference he could really buy into.
There's pretty strong evidence that repeated exposure to entertainment violence will desensitize young people and make them more likely to think that violence is an acceptable way to solve problems.
Mohammed's radical teachings were constantly drummed into Malvo's head. They played a vital role in his conditioning.
Again and again, he would make political statements about the need to overthrow society. It really started to remind me very quickly of someone who was part of a political underground or maybe part of a cult movement who had been brainwashed or indoctrinated.
But would Malvo have killed if he had never met Mohammed?
Lee Malvo basically killed because John Mohammed wanted him to kill.
But those closest to the investigation disagree.
No brainwashing at all. We have witnesses that actually put them apart. We know where Mohammed is by himself. Malvo is by himself. He had every opportunity to leave.
In my opinion, it wasn't brainwashing. This was a case of a young man who was eager to learn things and an older man who was eager to teach. So I think that young Mr. Malvo found somebody who he could idolize and adore and choose to follow as compared to being brainwashed.
I'm not going to say he was brainwashed. I don't think he was. And I won't say he was a born killer. And I'm not going to say he was a product of the environment, because I am from Jamaica. All my kids were born in Jamaica. Well, my 3 older kids were born in Jamaica, and they're not like that.
Even though Lee Malvo was just 17 years old at the time of the shootings, he faced the death penalty.
And it was really the defense team's job to try to explain why Lee Malvo did what he did. And I think by presenting to the jury the evidence from Lee's childhood, from his upbringing, evidence of the influence that John Mohammed had on him, controlling him and indoctrinating him, I think the jury ultimately decided that Lee Malvo did not deserve the death penalty, although he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison.
Dewey Cornell is still in contact with Malvo. He's noticed dramatic changes in him since being away from Mohammed.
He really turned from being a kind of a soldier, a scripted, indoctrinated soldier, into being more of a 17-year-old boy. He became more juvenile, more adolescent. His facial expressions changed, his demeanor changed, and we had more of a boy on our hands.
The childhood that Malvo had lost was found, but he's now in jail and will never be released. Since his arrest, John Mohammed has remained silent, except for a rare few days at his trial when he chose to defend himself.
I was very upset. I was like, he's defending himself. Is he going to be able to ask us questions, on the witness stand?
I think the hardest part for probably a lot of the victim's family was seeing him get up and cross-examine at least one of his witnesses. He cross-examined Paul Arufa, who he had shot in the stomach, and I think that was very difficult for LaRufa to be talking to the guy 5 feet away who had shot him and really, traumatized his life. He said, I was there, I know what happened, and I didn't do it. So it didn't make any sense, because how would you be there but yet not be responsible?
It was hard at first. Just sitting there, being in the same room with these two people that I know took my son's life. It was very hard for me. I had to sit there for 2 weeks or more with Mohammed, looking at him, but he never looked at you. He would never look at you.
The police were never able to prove that Mohammed had pulled the trigger in any of the 23 shootings. He was prosecuted with what was called the Triggerman's Statute. That states that if the suspect was a direct helper or causing agent for the shootings, he should be held responsible for them. The rifle had given him power over life and death, and over the needy teenager he found in the Caribbean. He's currently on death row in Virginia.
I'll be very happy when this world is rid of them.
Shortly after the trial, the families of the deceased created a memorial to the sniper's victims.
They've made it such a beautiful place that the horrificness of the event and all those feelings that you have, you could walk through there now and find some peace.
I think the real justice that's been delivered has been for those families.
I try to celebrate who he was and what he did. Sometimes you talk about on your gravestone, you were born a date, and there's this dash, and you die a date. It's how you live that dash.
3 years on, and Sonia Will's pain continues. She cannot even contemplate forgiving her son's killers.
I have tried, and I must tell you, I consider myself a Christian person, and I have prayed about it. But, they say forgive and forget. How can I forget? They took something that was very, very precious from me. Maybe in time I will.